Can we start, members?
Speaker, can you all be seated? The Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members. Can we bow heads for a moment of silence and meditation, please? Thank you so much. You may be seated. Let me take this opportunity to apologize for the late start. We are just sorting out the presiding officers in terms of time. The Deputy Speaker is on her way, and then she will take over from me when she arrives. Let me welcome you, Honorable Premier. Thank you so much. Members of the Executive Council that are present here this morning and present also on online. Members of the Provincial Legislature in the House. And those also online, we welcome you. The Chief Whip, I think, is online. Leaders of political parties. The Integrity Commissioner, you are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the people of Gauteng, our own people of Gauteng, we welcome you. All our guests that are present here today, you are all welcome. I will do the other welcome for our stakeholders that are on my right on the balcony. I will do that officially as I continue with the house sitting today. We have on the order paper an announcement from Honorable Ali from BOSA. You may do your announcement, please, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Presiding Officer. Members of the House and guests here present, a very good morning to one and all. Please allow me to put party politics aside just for a moment and give credit where it is due. Today, I rise to congratulate you, Bishop Dalton Adams, Chair of Chairs at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, on being named the recipient of the Public Service Leader of the Year Award for 2026. It is important that we mark this occasion, Bishop, because it's a reflection of what can be done when we are placed in positions of power, using the authority of the state to achieve positive impact. One might say, he was just doing his job. You can't praise a fish for swimming. But please allow me to contextualize, if you will. Bishop Adams was serving his community long before he had the title Chair of Chairs. Back in the days of Rainbow FM, the Christian community radio station where he and I first met, I was but a child back then, and he was among the community leaders who mentored us as youngsters. Never did we ever think that this august house would one day be our portion. But here we are, and I'm proud to say that although we have both grown and changed, and some have gray hairs and others don't, we remain faithful to the ministry of reconciliation, healing, and hope for this great nation. In a country with an ever-widening trust deficit, where we ourselves, as members of the legislature, are often seen as guilty by association, it's so inspiring that there remain those among us whose work is commended by the communities that we serve. Long may that continue. So well done, good and faithful servant. More strength, courage, and wisdom to yourself as you press on. Do not grow weary in doing good. And remember that to whom much is given, much also is required. Congratulations.
Thank you. Amen. Thank you, Honorable Ali. I'm humbled. Thank you so much. God richly bless you. Let me take this opportunity, honorable members. Being a sportsman myself, Honorable Premier, and having played football, you know, not for Swallows though, but I did play. Let me congratulate Mamelodi Sundowns on winning the CAF Champions League, bringing home the second star. They put South Africa and Gauteng on the world football map, and we wanted, as this august house, congratulate Sundowns Football Club. Thank you so much. Announcement also from Member Matlabe from the MKP, please.
A statement.
Well, it says announcement, but go ahead.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Greetings to you, the Honorable Premier, fellow members of the House, the people of Gauteng. The past weekend of the 29th to the 31st of May 2026 has recorded a historic moment in the South African political landscape, where under the auspices of the South African Communist Party, there was a convergence of the forces of the left like MKP, EFF, ACT, AZAPO, NUMSA, Maibuye, COSAS, etc. This was a meeting of the minds to diagnose the current political disjuncture and map out a plan of unity and collaboration on matters of common interest in the interest of total liberation of the black majority of our people, especially the poor, the marginalized, and the downtrodden, those dispossessed of their land like Amakosi, the oppressed and the exploited working class, the economically excluded majority of our people, those who have been robbed of their dignity, right to free, compulsory, and decolonized education. This initiative has been widely welcomed by the progressive forces of the left and society at large as a positive step towards the right direction of achieving unity of purpose. It has also been bemoaned by those who are comfortable by the status quo of appeasing the masters of the white monopoly capital and the sustenance of white privilege in the land of our forefathers. A land that is grabbed by extreme high levels of inequality, poverty, and unemployment. The clarion call is Hlangana Sizwe Simnyama. Forward with the unity of the forces of the left. Aluta continua. Gwaza mkonto gwaza.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matlabe. Announcement by Honorable Mechwe. Your time, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Greetings to the Premier and the House at large. This day, 61 years ago, the 2nd of June 1965, a combatant, Philan Portia Ndwandwe, was born. She was kidnapped and brutally murdered by the apartheid forces. We remember her as we celebrate 50 years of the 16th June 1976 uprisings. May her soul nourish the tree of our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mechwe. Honorable members, we have no MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1, but we do have approximately 8 member statements, and I'm going to allow those 8 member statements to be read in the House. First up is Honorable Hickling.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. In February 2026, 550 young people answered the call to serve. They enrolled at the Gauteng College of Nursing with the hopes of becoming nurses to our struggling healthcare system that it so desperately needs. In return, the government promised each of them a monthly stipend of 7,500 rand. But by 28 May 2026, not a single student had been paid, not 1 cent. The former health MEC, Nomanton Komorale Khoko, failed to act. It was only after mounting pressure that the newly appointed MEC, Faith Mazibuko, issued a statement confirming that all outstanding stipends would be paid by 2 June, today, and appealed to students to continue with their studies. Classes have since been suspended until the 8th of June without penalty to students to compensate those already disadvantaged by what the government has described as a glitch. But, Chair of Chairs, why does it take pressure from the Democratic Alliance and student protests to get the Gauteng Department of Health and the Gauteng College of Nursing to honour their obligations? What became of first do no harm, or is the Hippocratic Oath no longer binding? If this is how Gauteng treats the students training to become future nurses today, one cannot help but fear what the future of healthcare in our province will look like tomorrow. Future nurses deserve better than a government that cannot even honour its commitments to pay their stipends. They deserve a government that values their sacrifices and invests in the future of healthcare in Gauteng. Only the Democratic Alliance can deliver that government. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Eklund. Honourable Bloom, I think he is online. You may read your member statement, please.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Mr. Acting Speaker, on 25th November last year, this House unanimously passed a binding motion concerning a tribute to Babita Deokaran and a proposal to honour her memory. This motion resolved the following: that the Gauteng Department of Health, in consultation with the family of Babita Deokaran, identify an appropriate way to honour her memory, such as the naming of a new facility, department or personnel service award. And two, that the department report back to this House on progress in this regard within 6 months. I've written to the Honourable Speaker to alert her that the 6 months deadline expired on 25 May 2025 with no report back to this House, nor has the Deokaran family been contacted in this matter. Now, members will recall that all speakers on the motion, including the then MEC for Health and Wellness, Nomantu Komaralahoko, gave fulsome praise to Babita as a role model for public servants who paid a tragic price for exposing corruption. When Babita was alive, however, this department treated her with contempt, suspending her at one stage on false charges for 6 months. The then Chief Financial Officer, Narata Madjo, covered up Babita's call for forensic audit of Tembisa Hospital contracts, which were only exposed by the tenacious reporting of journalist Jeff Wicks. Only recently did we find out that Madjo was not disciplined, but she was allowed to resign with a secret payout that the department refuses to disclose. Mr. Acting Speaker, the people of Gauteng deserve better than a health department that treats both the legislature and the memory of its slain official with contempt. The Speaker needs to exercise her authority in this matter so that Babita receives a fitting permanent memorial. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bloom. Honourable De Jager. Sorry, Honourable MEC.
Excuse me, Honourable Chair. I had submitted a request to make an announcement. I'm not sure if it's still on your schedule. I just see you finished with the announcements. Yeah. Sorry to take you back.
Yeah, I think it said it was withdrawn this morning and now.
It was withdrawn?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But if you want to do it, we can allow you to do it.
Yeah? I would appreciate that, Chair.
All right, let me finish the member statements. Honourable MEC,
Thank you.
and I will do that. Okay? Honourable De Jager.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. The 8-day power outage caused by the vandalism of Alexandra substation has once again exposed deep failures within the city power and the city of Johannesburg to protect key infrastructure meant to deliver basic services to residents of this province. While the immediate cause was criminal vandalism, the prolonged outage was entirely avoidable. Residents were left in the dark because critical replacement stock was unavailable, highlighting serious failures in planning, procurement, and inventory management. Yet the real problem goes even deeper. The continued lack of security at key electricity infrastructure, combined with weak controls and oversight at head office, has created an environment where preventable acts of sabotage can cripple entire communities for days and even weeks at a time. For 8 days, residents and businesses were left vulnerable. Families forced to live without lighting, refrigeration, security system, and basic household necessities. Elderly residents and children and those dependent on electricity-powered medical equipment face significant hardship. Businesses suffered losses, while darkened streets increased the risk of crime and place already vulnerable communities at even greater risk. The Democratic Alliance believes that residents deserve answers and accountability. Critical infrastructure must be protected and stock levels must be properly managed, and those responsible must be held accountable. Joburg residents should not be paying the price for management failures that could and should have been prevented. As the DA, we have a plan in place to ensure that stock levels are properly managed and do not run low. By so doing, we would ensure that where electricity infrastructure needs to be replaced, it can be done quickly as possible. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable De Jager. Honourable Schneemann.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. The ANC's caucus, through its Remorgo outreach program, recently visited the Kokosi community in wards 22 and 26 of the Merifong municipality. During the ANC caucus Remorgo visit on the 17th of April of this year, several community concerns were identified, including water restrictions, illegal electrical connections, illegal dumping, road maintenance, unemployment, crime, and substance abuse, which was mainly affecting young people. Through the effective intervention by the ANC caucus, many of these challenges mentioned have been addressed. This included interaction and discussion between the ANC caucus, the Kokosi community, the municipality, and Rand Water, which has resulted in the restoration of water access to most affected areas, while ongoing interaction is focused on the remaining areas. As a result of the ANC caucus Remorgo outreach program, large waste containers have also been provided at various locations in the affected wards to ensure that the dumping of waste and other materials is eliminated. The ANC caucus Remorgo outreach program demonstrates the ANC's commitment to working together with communities and the various spheres of government to find solutions to challenges affecting their everyday lives. The ANC caucus calls on all eligible first-time voters to register to vote in the upcoming IEC voter registration weekend of 20 and 21 June of this year, so that they are able to cast their vote on the 4th of November 2026. In my remaining time, let me also congratulate Member Andiswa Masai on graduating with a PhD, and she is now known as Dr. Masai. And her PhD study aims to help strengthen corporate governance in local municipalities. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Schneemann. Honourable Sesedinyane.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Morning to honourable members and the people in the gallery there. Chair of Chairs, the 31st of May 2026 marked the conclusion of the Child Protection Month, a period dedicated to raising awareness about children's rights and the urgent need to protect them from harm. However, the responsibility to protect our children does not end with May. It continues as a pressing and ongoing responsibility. The Children's March to the Constitutional Court in Johannesburg was a powerful moment, giving young people a chance to voice their concerns directly to the judicial leadership. Issues such as child abuse, statutory rape, and gaps in the justice systems were brought to the fore, underscoring the urgent demand from the children themselves for safer communities and swifter justice. MEC Nkomo Galihoka reminded us that the child protection is not the responsibility of government alone, but it remains a shared duty of families, communities, civil society, and the state. She called for a sector to work together to ensure that the abused children are placed in safe spaces and receive proper care and support. The Department of Social Development, working closely with non-profit organizations, continue to extend services through social workers and health professionals. In this regard, I wish to associate myself with the MEC's call for strong collaboration, particularly with the Department of Health, so that children can access clinics and hospitals closer to their homes. The Deputy Chair of Chairs, the MEC's message is clear: protecting children from abuse, neglect, exploitation, and violence requires a united society-wide effort. And we enter a new month. Let us renew our commitment to build communities where every child is safe, valued, and given the chance to flourish. The march to the Constitutional Court was not just a symbolic, but it was a call to action. We must respond with determination and sustain effort to make Gauteng a province where children live with a fear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sister Nyane. Honorable Tulani Ndlovu, I think he's online. Are you going to do it, Honorable Kumalo? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I, Ms. Kumalo, table the following member statement to comment on the good work recently done by the MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Infrastructure Development. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Gauteng MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Infrastructure Development, Comrade Jacob Mabulo, on the 24th of May 2026, met with members of Mayoral Committee from all Gauteng municipalities to present a progress report on the implementation of the local government turnaround strategy, highlighting gains achieved through integrated planning, innovation, and strengthening intergovernmental coordination. The African National Congress remains committed to building a capable, ethical, and developmental local government that improves the qualities of life of our people. The progress reported under the local government turnaround strategies demonstrate the practical implementation of these commitments. The Gauteng provincial government has reported measurable improvement in governance, financial management, infrastructure delivery, public participation, safety, and digital transformation. These interventions support the development of a smart city region founded on integration, innovation, and technology-driven service delivery. A key achievement is the Gauteng Smart City Performance Monitor, a real-time dashboard tracking performance across all 11 municipalities. By providing public access to municipal performance data, the system strengthens transparency, accountability, and public oversight. Additional innovation include CCTV networks, the limits land invasion system, and smart water management tools are improving municipal efficiency and responsiveness. Municipal governance indicators have shown encouraging progress. Resolved audit findings increased from 35% to 55%, while non-compliance declined from 35% to 27%. 2 municipalities achieved clean audit. All municipalities have functional audit committees, and all municipal manager positions have been filled. Infrastructure programs continue to focus on reducing water loss, improving maintenance, and strengthening service delivery systems. Law enforcement operations supported by more than 960 CCTV cameras have enhanced public safety. Honorable Chair of Chairs, these gains reflect the ANC's commitment to cooperative governance, innovation, and responsiveness government as we continue building resilience, capable municipalities that deliver quality services to the people of Gauteng. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kumalo. Honorable Mbekwe, you may do your member statement, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. I stand on the observed protocol. I rise to commend the Honorable MEC Mababulo for his prompt and decisive response following the question raised in February in this August House regarding the damage at Sparrow Water Dam near Nigel. It is both encouraging and reassuring to see the MEC not only responding to the concerns raised, but also personally visiting the affected area within a day of the matter being tabled. This demonstrates a commendable level of accountability, agency, care for the people, and commitment to responsive governance despite his busy schedule. The impact of the damaged dam on motorists and the surrounding communities, particularly the residents of Tutuza, who rely on access to Nigel, is significant. The swift attention given by the Honourable MEC sends a clear message that the needs and safety of our communities are being taken seriously. We request the MEC to follow up on the commitments made by the Ekurhuleni Metro to finally resolve the matter. Such leadership strengthens public trust in government and highlights the importance of active oversight and cooperation between the legislature and the executive. We therefore appreciate the MEC's hands-on approach and commitment to ensuring that the necessary assessments, interventions, and long-term measures are prioritized to restore infrastructure and safeguard our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Mekwe. The last member statement is Honourable Masilela.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Greetings, Honourable Chair of Chairs, Honourable members, and people of Gauteng. The EFF is deeply concerned by the continued reliance on expensive and unsustainable sanitation intervention in our communities, while residents are denied access to dignified and permanent sanitation infrastructure. In Bophelong, residents have been subjected to bioseparator toilets that reportedly costly approximately 30,000 per unit. Yet concerns have already emerged regarding maintenance, functionality, and the long-term sustainability of the system. Reports indicate some units are already full, raising questions about planning, implementation, and the value of money, Chair of Chairs. What makes this matter even more concerning is that these toilets were presented as an innovative and sustainable solution to the sanitation challenges facing the community. Instead, Chair of Chairs, residents now fear that they may be left with another costly temporary intervention that fails to provide dignity, reliability, and long-term service that they were promised. At the time when thousands of households across Gauteng continue to live without adequate sanitation, every rand spent must translate into meaningful improvements in people's lives. Equally concerning are allegations that the geotechnical assessment used to support the project may not have been conducted on the approved site, despite the critical importance of the soil conditioning in determining the suitability of sanitation infrastructure. If true, this will represent a grave failure of oversight and due diligence. It will mean critical decisions affecting the entire community may have been based on a flawed and inadequate information, placing both public funds and the residents at risk. The people of Gauteng deserve sanitation solutions that are safe, reliable, and sustainable. Instead, community continue to be subjected to costly temporary intervention while the promise of permanent waterborne sanitation remains deferred. This cycle of short-term fixes has become a recurring feature of government's response to service delivery challenges, often enormous costs to the taxpayer. The EFF therefore calls on the department to provide full transparency regarding the cost procurement process, maintenance obligation, and technical assessment associated with the Bophelong sanitation project. We further call on the department to accelerate the provision on permanent sanitation infrastructure to ensure that the public funds are not squandered on projects that fail to improve the living condition of our people.
Thank you, Honourable.
I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Honourable Moody. The table tells me that they just missed to put it on the order paper, but you can do your member statement, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I was going to become quite irate and have a sit-in of the House. But anyway, that's not necessary. I rise today to draw the attention of this House to a matter of grave concern and apparent injustice involving one of our province's most promising young athletes, Levi Fick, a proud resident of Eldorado Park. Levi is an exceptional sporting talent. He is the current under-17 South African and Africa long jump record holder. Furthermore, this young man has achieved the remarkable feat of being ranked number 4 in the world in his athletic discipline. Yet, Despite these undeniable credentials and his objective standing on the global stage, Levi has been inexplicably omitted from the national squad selected to represent South Africa at the upcoming competition in Oregon, USA this August. This is scandal. What is most baffling and entirely unacceptable to this House and to the community of Eldorado Park is that athletes ranked significantly below Levi have been included in the squad, while our African record holder has been deliberately left out. Speaker, Presiding Officer, Mr. Premier, we cannot stand before our communities and preach the value of sports in youth development whilst allowing bureaucratic bungling to crush the dreams of a deserving young athlete. The Eldorado Park Sports Federation is rightfully demanding answers, and I echo their call. I call upon the MEC for Sports in this House, the Minister, that's a National Minister, PA, please listen, they're not here, and the Athletics South Africa to urgently investigate this exclusion. Is it political? Is it racial? I just asked the question. We demand full transparency and accountability. The relevant portfolio committees as such must seek immediate answers. Athletics South Africa must take the public into its confidence and provide a rational, justifiable explanation as to why the number 4 ranked athlete in the world was left out of the squad. We must protect our young talent and ensure that merit and merit alone dictates selection. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Moody. We're going to go over to MEC statement in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. Honorable Ramakgopa, MEC.
Honorable Chair of Chairs and members of this House, I rise today to announce and welcome the election of Rise Mzansi Member of Parliament as the chairperson of the Impeachment Committee for the Section 89 inquiry. This appointment carries significant responsibility in upholding constitutional accountability and transparency. Honorable Ghana received a majority of the votes from the members of the committee and was elected with 19 votes. His more than 2 decades as a legislator and public servant, extensive tertiary qualifications, and commitment to the people of South Africa have earned him the unofficial title of the hardest working Member of Parliament and make him an exceptional candidate for the task ahead. Parliament has indeed chosen an exceptional custodian to navigate the nation through this pivotal moment. This is proof of a maturing and robust democracy, and further proof that when capable and ethical leaders are chosen to serve, they do so with dignity and honor. The people of Gauteng and the whole of South Africa will see what new leadership can offer in the execution of important constitutional responsibilities. We congratulate Makashule Ghana once again on this appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable members, a motion out notice in terms of Rule 120, nothing. Given notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121, also nothing. Let me welcome the stakeholders that are present here today. We have stakeholders that Honourable Engelbrecht invited from SA Agri Initiative, Dirk Hanekom and Leon Lawrence, and also the GPL Triple P stakeholders. We would like to welcome the working team, Refilwe, and her colleagues that are with her. Tswane, we want to welcome you. 15 of our citizens from Tswane. Ikuruleni, also Katlaong community, 15 from Ikuruleni, you are welcome. West Rand community, we welcome you. Sidibeng, Papalong Ward 6 community members, also 15 of you that are present, we welcome you into this august house. And the city of Johannesburg, Soweto community, you are also welcome, 15 members. That's all our stakeholders. We ask that you be part of the sitting in terms of watching and observing, and not to get involved in terms of clapping and cheering and anything like that, as the members will be starting to do their questioning to the executive today. But you're all welcome. Thank you so much. The apologies. We have Honorable Moriarty has given an apology. He's away on party business. And honorable members, Honorable Alberts is admitted into hospital. He's off sick. We wish him a speedy recovery. The first order for the day, let me call on Honorable Hickling. Honorable Hickling, will you please read your question to the Premier, Honorable Lesufi, for community safety? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The Community Policing Forum in Tsakani says they have no reflective jackets, torches, two-way radios or other tools of trade. Could the MEC please indicate how is Tsakani SAPS assisting the 170 CPF volunteers to keep their communities safe? 2, policing is a multi-sectoral environment where province plays a very significant role in supporting struggling SAPS stations. What has the department done to assist the Tsakani SAPS in terms of staff morale, which is very low, and additional staffing training? 3, how has the department assisted with gender-sensitive training of staff at the Tsakani police station, especially in areas of GBV and victim empowerment? 4, how has the department assisted with gender-sensitive training of staff at the Tsakani police station, especially in the area of LGBTIQ+ issues? And 5, is there a fully functional gender-sensitive victim empowerment centre that is manned 24/7 at the Tsakani SAPS? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Hickling. Honourable Premier, you may respond.
Presiding Officer, Bishop, thank you so much, and thanks, Member Heckley. Certainly, Presiding Officer, this morning we wake up with the sad news that Sergeant Kokole from Tsakani was brutally murdered in the early hours of this morning in his house by criminals that have taken advantage that when law enforcement agencies are in their own homes, they are not protected. And I want to take this opportunity to wish his family well and extend our sincere condolences as government, and also to wish that those that have committed this crime are traced and made to pay for their sins. Honorable Presiding Officer, I want to make this point clear that CPFs report directly to the SAPS, not to the provincial government. We then source these answers from the SAPS so that we can provide the answers to honorable members in the House. And the SAPS disputes that 170 CPF members don't have the necessary equipment to do their work. The SAPS has, over the past 3 financial years, procured and distributed clothing as well as tools of trade for Community in the Blue patrollers across the province in support of community policing initiatives and crime prevention efforts. In this regard, Tsakani Policing Precinct has also benefited from this allocation and receipt of equipment and clothing during the aforementioned period to support the operational functionality of Community in Blue patrollers within the area. In terms of question 2, the Provincial Employee Health and Wellness Program, together with their spiritual services component, supported the Tsakani Police Station through station parades and awareness sessions focusing on healthy relationships and dealing with the loss. These interventions are aimed at promoting employee wellness, resilience, and staff morale within the station. In terms of question 3, The SAPS has assisted the Tsakani Police Station through the implementation of various gender-sensitive training and capacity-building programs aimed at strengthening the response to gender-based violence, victim empowerment, domestic violence, sexual offences, and crimes involving vulnerable groups. In this regard, 120 members completed the Victim Empowerment Program, while 116 members completed the First Responder to Sexual Offences Learning Program, and 166 members completed the Domestic Violence Learning Program, 148 members completed the Vulnerable Children Learning Program, and these training interventions are targeted for operational members attached to the Community Service Center, crime prevention, and detective environments. The training statistics indicate that all operational members have received training in at least one of the aforementioned GBV and victim empowerment-related programs, thereby enhancing members' capacity to provide professional, sensitive, and victim-centered services to victims of crime and vulnerable persons within the Tsakani Police Precinct. In terms of question 4, as part of the Service Delivery Improvement Action Plan, members at Tsakani SAPS are continuously sensitized on victim empowerment, the Victims of Crime Charter, and respectful service delivery through station lectures and on-duty parades. The awareness sessions also include sensitization on LGBTIQ+ matters, with 19 members having received training on LGBTIQ+ related programs. In terms of your last question, yes, there is a fully functional GBV desk and victim-friendly room at Tsakani SAPS to assist victims that need these services, and members of the SAPS are fully empowered and trained to attend to these matters. Thank you so much, Honourable.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Honourable Hickling, a supplementary question or a short remark?
Yes, thank you so much. A short remark. Honourable Premier, I sat in a meeting with CPF members and SAPS, and not one SAPS member contradicted a single word that the CPF said. That is where I got these questions from. And the CPF said in that meeting they did not have jackets, they did not have torches, they did not have tools of trade, and SAPS did not contradict them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Premier.
Chair, I've just responded on the matters that the SAPS have granted me, so it will be extremely difficult to dispute what honourable members say. I note her concern, will liaise with the SAPS to ensure that those concerns are attended to. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. I now call upon Honourable Hickling to read the second question to the Premier of Community Safety.
Thank you so much again, sir. Tsakani residents are under fire from criminal syndicates, gangs and drug lords, with 160 housebreakings, 447 drug-related crimes and 63 attempted murders among the according to the Institute of Security Studies. This SAP station covers over 400,000 people in a 20 square kilometre space in severely under-resourced circumstances. There are only 4 Vispol vehicles that work around the clock in 2 12-hour shifts. Can you please explain what steps are being taken to upgrade this Colonel station to a full Brigadier station to enable satellite stations to be opened and additional resources to be allocated? How many funded vacant posts are currently unfilled at the Tsakani SAPS? What ranks are they? How much impact is this having on service delivery to the residents of Tsakani? And what communication strategies are in place to communicate to residents of Tsakani if emergencies take place, such as the closing of the station or the Tsakani Magistrates Court for fumigation purposes, as happened last month? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Hickling. Honourable Premier, you may respond, sir.
Thanks so much, Honourable Presiding Officer, and thanks so much, Honourable Member Heckling, for the question. A feasibility study was conducted during 2024 regarding the possible upgrade of Tsakani Police Station from a colonel-level station to a brigadier-level station. The findings of the feasibility study recommended that the station be upgraded to enhance and sustain policing capacity and service delivery within the precinct. The recommendations contained the feasibility study were also were supported by provincial management and recommended and signed off by the provincial commissioner and subsequently escalated to National Head Office for consideration and decision. And that's where we are currently waiting for the outcome from the National Commissioner so that we can know whether the upgrade has been approved or not. And in terms of question number 2 on how many funded vacant posts are currently unfilled, there are only 7 funded posts that are currently vacant. And in terms of question 3, these are colonel, lieutenant colonel, captains, 3 of them, and sergeants, 2 of them. In terms of question 4 on how much impact this is having on service delivery, while critical funded vacant posts exist at Tsakani Police Station, service delivery to the community continues to be maintained through various interim measures implemented by the SAPS. These measures include the redistribution of duties and utilization of available personnel to minimize any negative impact on policing services and pending the filling of these vacancies. In terms of your last question, in the event of emergencies such as temporary closure of the police station for fumigation purposes, Tsakani SAPS utilizes various communication platforms to inform the community, such as EKFM radio station, African Reporter newspaper, and a community WhatsApp group where possible. In addition to the affected day, personnel are deployed to direct community members to other police stations surrounding the area until the matter is finalized. The most difficult aspect is that some of the services that are required by the police station are not made available, or the costs are astronomical after hours. Hence, in some instances, they need to utilize these services during the day. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Honourable Hickling, any supplementary question or short remark, ma'am?
Yes, too. Thank you so much. Honourable Premier, if a feasibility study was done in 2024 and escalated to the National Commissioner, we are now midway through 2026. Please can you tell me what follow-up has been done to ascertain when this station is going to be upgraded to a brigadier station? It is so vital. The second comment that I would like to make is, again, in the same meeting that I had with Tsakani Police Station, they admitted to me they did not use any WhatsApp communication, they did not use any radio communication, and they did not use the African Reporter to communicate the emergencies that they had to the community. And so people were coming to the police station while I was standing there and we were having a meeting outside. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Hickling. Honourable Premier.
Thanks, Presiding Officer and Honourable Hickling. I share your sentiments and frustration that it can't take 2 years for the National Commissioner to concur or to disagree with the recommendations. Indeed, we'll make a follow-up with the Provincial Commissioner and ensure that this matter is resolved. As we have indicated, that this police station plays a crucial role in that area. But in terms of your last observation, it's extremely difficult to dispute what the SAPS has provided to us, to say they've utilized those platforms for communication. But it will also alert them so that they can enhance and have a broader platform in which they communicate with the community of Tsakane. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Premier. Honorable Matlakaza Manamela, you can read your question to the Honorable Premier, please.
No, I'll be reading it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Chairs. Good morning, Premier. Good morning, members of the legislature and our guests in the gallery. The question to the member of the Executive for Community Safety, responsible for community safety. Recently in Sidibeng district, the police destroyed more than 3.2 million milliliters of illegal liquor as part of intensifying efforts to clamp down on unlicensed alcohol sales and alcohol-related crime under Operation Shanela. Liquor abuse remains one of the major contributing factors to the violent crime, including gender-based violence, domestic violence, and other serious offenses. Can the MEC please indicate, number one, is SAPS and the Department of Community Safety in Gauteng winning the battle against illegal and counterfeit alcohol sales in our province? Second, what other mechanisms are in place to curb illegal sale of alcohol in our province, especially in townships and informal settlements? Three, in Sidibeng area alone, what is the overall count of the illegal establishments that are non-compliant and has been closed in the last 12 months? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Masuku. Honorable Premier, you may respond, sir.
Thanks so much, Honorable Presiding Officer and Honorable Masuku. Honorable Presiding Officer, please allow me that this question be answered later during the day. The paperwork that I have is the opposite of what Honorable Member is asking me. I'll respond to it later on. My apologies
no problem.
for that inconvenience.
That is fine.
Apologies, ma'am.
Is that fine, Honorable Masuku? Thank you so much. Yeah? Oh. Honorable Mekwe, ma'am, you can ask a question to the MEC for Social Development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Gauteng government intensifies interventions to combat statutory rape and teenage pregnancy as part of Child Protection Month. Can the MEC for Social Development answer the following? One, challenges such as underreporting, community silence, and socio-economic vulnerabilities continue. What new approach does the department have to actively break community silence, especially in informal settlements or hostels? Two, are there any measures in place to ensure that when a social worker encounters a statutory rape case, it is immediately reported to the police? And three, the department has appointed social workers to improve case management. What is the average number of cases handled by a social worker per month in Gauteng's densely populated communities?
Thank you, Honorable Mekwe. Honorable MEC Nkomora Laoko, you may answer, ma'am. Thank you. MEC Laoko, are you online?
I'm sorry to Madam Speaker. Yes, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you.
Let me answer. Yeah. Thank you. The response to the first question is the Department of Social Development acknowledges the underreporting of statutory rape and teenage pregnancy, particularly in informal settlements and hostels. This underreporting is driven by the fear, the stigma, the cultural norms, and limited awareness. As a result, many cases are only identified when learner pregnancies occur. The Gauteng Department of Social Development is shifting from general awareness programs to active community engagement with a stronger focus on breaking community silence and enabling early identification and protection of vulnerable children through a strengthened community-based approach, which we are doing, and community dialogues and child protection, reporting obligations, and behavioral change in high-risk areas to change harmful social norms reduce stigma, and encourage reporting. Parent programs and support groups to build awareness, responsibility, and compliance with mandatory reporting obligations. Early identification through schools, social workers, and health service professionals. Teenage or learner pregnancy is treated as a trigger for sexual rape assessment, thereby closing gaps in reporting. Outreach services then to bring social workers closer to communities so that they know where and how to report cases. The improved coordination with SAPS, Education and Health Department, as well as partnerships with NGOs and designated child protection organizations to ensure faster responses and referrals, including after-hour services and prevention programs. Targeted awareness campaigns such as 365 Days Program of Action to End Violence Against Children, aimed at encouraging reporting and reducing the stigma. Education of communities in schools and the public on what should be reported and ensuring immediate action after disclosure, preventing delays and providing clear reporting channels. The response to the second question, Chair of Chairs, is that there are clear legal operational measures in place to ensure that any suspected statutory rape case identified by a social worker is immediately reported to the South African Police Service. In terms of Children's Act, which is Section 110, social workers and other professionals that are required to report suspected abuse based on the reasonable suspicion and not proof, and failure to report constitute an offense. So the department then is ensuring that social workers understand and comply with other legal obligations. The second issue is that reporting processes are clear and constantly applied, including reporting to the National Child Protection Register, Form 22, and activating child protection services for assessment and statutory intervention. The third point is that accountability measures are enforced when reporting these cases and when it does not occur. So we do enforce that part. And the department is strengthening training, accountability, and oversight mechanisms to ensure consistent adherence to mandatory reporting requirements. The response to the third question is that the Gauteng Department of Social Development does not apply fixed caseload per social worker. A workload varies depending on the nature of services rendered, the geographic location of clients, and the level of complexity of individual cases. In densely populated communities, social workers handle high and complex caseloads, including child protection cases, prevention services, and court-related responsibilities. The department recognizes that workloads are higher in vulnerable communities due to increased social challenges. And we need to strengthen case management then, which the department has appointed additional social workers to support staff and prioritize urgent and high-risk cases for immediate attention, strengthen collaboration with partner organizations, expanded prevention and early intervention programs that have been done. The last one is improved systems and referral processes to enhance efficiency. So the department remains committed to provide timely and quality services, particularly in protecting vulnerable children. Thank you, Chairperson of Committee, Honorable Chairperson of Committees. Ngiyabulela.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Mehwe, supplementary question or short remark, ma'am?
It's just a supplementary question. Are all these measures yielding any acceptable results according to the view of the MEC? Thank you.
MEC, you may respond to that question.
Yes, they do, but we need to work more closely to the communities to ensure that we don't lose that. And there are some measures that now we're trying to do in terms of making sure that that information, we store it in the relevant departments so that when you need it, we are able to do it. But and we're encouraging social workers now to go out to communities so that they can do even civic education about the issues that we should be doing as a department. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable members, just bear with me. I did not get any substitutions that will speak, so when I call a name, you'll tell me if you were asked to do the question instead, please. Honourable Mfikwe, you may ask the question to the MEC Ramakgopo, please. Thank you so much.
Member Gentile, Chair of Chairs, on behalf of Member Mfikwe.
Okay, go ahead, honorable member.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. A question on behalf of Member Mfikwe of the African National Congress to the MEC for Economic Development, that following the recent marches against illegal, undocumented nationals opening spaza shops, and with regards to Section 42 of the Immigration Act, which criminalizes the aiding of any unauthorized foreigners to do so, or rather to do business, can the MEC of Economic Development answer the following questions? Number one, how is the department exercising this section to curb the mushrooming of spaza shops operated by undocumented immigrants in the province? Number two, the aim of the Spaza Shop Support Fund is to support the South African-owned township communities for convenience shops, including spaza shops, to increase their participation in the township and rural areas retail trade sector. How has the department made sure that the illegal undocumented nationals operating spazas do not take advantage and access the support of this fund? Number three, what measures has the department put in place to investigate those who register their shops through fronting when South Africans illegally register themselves for undocumented, or rather on behalf of undocumented foreigners? Number four, our government made it mandatory that all spaza shop owners to register within a certain time frame. How compliant is the population in Gauteng townships? And the last question, how has the department made sure to detect the spaza shops run by illegal immigrants which are non-compliant, and have they closed them down? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable Ramakgopa, MEC, you may respond, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Regarding the first question, the department has no legislative mandate under Section 42 of the Immigration Act. However, we work closely with key stakeholders on spaza shop compliance matters, including assisting with registration, training, and working with the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development on food safety and compliance training. Through the Township Economic Development Act, we also are supporting township businesses that are South African owned. Question two, the Spaza Shop Support Fund is administered by the Department of Small Business Development through the Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency. Question three, the department has no legislative mandate to investigate those who register their shops through fronting. However, for all departmental programs, be it support programs of a financial and non-financial nature, we do require all applicants to be compliant and to be able to provide proof of South African citizenship. On question four, the Spaza Shops registration process and database are managed by municipalities. The department will follow up with municipalities on the latest compliance statistics and revert to the member accordingly. On the fifth question, the department, once again, has no legislative mandate on spaza shops business licensing. This is largely done through municipalities, and when it pertains to the spaza shop fund, that is the domain and responsibility of the Department of Small Business Development at a national level. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC Ramakgopa. Honourable member, supplementary question or short remark?
Thank you so much, Chair. Just a compliment to the MEC to adequately answer the questions. If they can be sent to Member Mfikwe, or rather the legislature for Member Mfikwe's perusal when she's back from her GPL business. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Gentile. Honourable Serignane, you ask a question to the MSc Social Development, please, sir.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, and good morning, members in the House at large. The MEC for Social Development has officially handed over the service level agreements to compliant non-profit organization in Tshwane, particularly, making the start of a strengthening partnership aimed at improving service delivery to vulnerable communities. Can the MEC for Social Development take the House into confidence on the following question? Apart from the Central Business District of Pretoria, what other wards or prioritized areas of Tshwane is the department looking at to provide service to those NPOs and vulnerable groups, e.g., elderly, children, disabled people, homeless people? 2, what measures or processes are in place to monitoring the activities of these NPOs, ensuring that this LSA funding results in an improved in the delivery of services? And lastly, in what ways does the activity being funded through these SLAs correlate with the priorities for social development in the Gauteng province in terms of food, poverty, security, and GBV? And lastly, what criteria were used to assess the NPOs receive SLAs that are compliant? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sesedinyane. Honorable MEC, you may respond. MEC Nkomo Lohoko, you may respond.
Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair. The response to the first question, it's the Department of Social Development, Chair, acknowledges the underreporting of the statutory rape cases. No, sorry, Chair, it's not this one. I'm looking for 0017. Sorry, Chair. I've got it, Chair. Sorry about that. The response, Chair, to the first question is that apart from the Pretoria, apart from the Pretoria Central Business District, which other wards or prioritized areas of Tshwane is the department targeting to provide service providers? Okay. The response to this, Chair, I was still trying to read it aloud. The response is currently providing services across the city of Tshwane, not only in Pretoria Central Business District. The department also partners with NPOs to provide welfare services and developmental programs, and all the areas of the city are serviced irrespective of location. In some areas, the department have offices in the areas where there are no offices. Beneficiaries are directed to the nearest office of the department or the NPO to access services. And the department further prioritizes previously and currently disadvantaged communities. Then the response to the second question, Chair, is, the response, Chair, is that to, how do we, name is not correct. How many funded, no, it's not that one. Check, can you get to the next question? I think, no, sorry, Chair, it's in my email. Let me go there. Just a second, Chair, my apology about that. Yeah, there is it. The response, Chair, to the second question. Yes, I have it. The department is currently providing the services across the city of Tshwane. I've answered that. And then the department has implemented poverty alleviation programs, which include developmental initiatives such as skills development. And these programs contribute to social development in the province, increasing the number of beneficiaries that are transitioning from welfare to work, as well as receiving support through GPV and poverty alleviation. The response again is that the department assesses documentation submitted by NPOs during the funding application and processes against the requirements that are outlined for a call for proposals. In addition, the department conducts site visits to verify that NPOs comply with the applicable norms and standards for the services they render to the communities. I think, Chair, then the last one will be that why is the spending on the contract? No. Yeah. Then, Chair, the last one will be that one that says, from previously funded NPOs, compliance with existing service level agreements is also assessed before an organization is being deemed compliant. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Roloko. Honorable Citizens Nyani, any short remark or supplementary question?
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chair, Chair of Chairs. I would also wish that MEC can actually also follow up, especially on some of these SLAs, that their budget would have been cut without a proper engagement and consultation with some of these NPOs. And I'm asking that the MEC to follow up and check what are the issues to resolve them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Citizens Nyani. Honorable MEC.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I will definitely do the follow-up indeed, because I've already started now visiting the NPOs. I was in Johannesburg. I've met 2 already, and I was in Ekurhuleni already, but I'm just targeting now all these areas where we have our own NPOs, so that I'm able to see for myself of the work that is being done and those that are funded and not funded by the department and how they operate. In fact, we are finalizing even the process of screening now, because there are those that said, Chair, they are not getting their money for 2 months. And I want to make it on record, Chair. The NPOs, most of them that we're receiving, they've received all of them their SLAs. But unfortunately, they are not submitting them because now we're becoming stricter. Want to know if you have an auxiliary work, want to know if you have a social work. All those things you must follow when you fill that form. Hence, there was a problem of them not submitting them back to the department now. But we are calling them, even yesterday we had a session with all the regions, checking the number of NPOs that have not yet now signed their SLAs or returned them back to the department. We have all of them in the database. So that's why we're able even to phone them individually. And they were telling us the problems. When we go and say, bring your SLA, we realize that they are not complying on some of the things that are expected by the department. Hence the delays, Chair. And we're happy that at least now in other areas, it's almost 100% now that everybody is getting the money. But those then that are still having a problem, Chair, and through your members, we are assisting them. We're not stopping. We're saying, fine, we have a problem, and this is what we will be doing to assist you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Sirota, you may ask your question to MEC Mamabolo, please.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The question is, with regard to the Madala Hostel in the city of Johannesburg, could the MEC please indicate, firstly, on what date were the relocation containers behind Madala Hostel in Alexandria installed, and what was their intended purpose? Secondly, why have the relocation containers not yet been occupied by residents to allow for the renovation of Madala Hostel? Third question, what challenges or delays have prevented the relocation of residents into the containers? 4, how much has been spent to date on the installation and maintenance of the relocation containers behind Madala Hostel? And 5, when does the department expect the relocation process to commence so that the renovation of Madala Hostel can begin? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sirota. Honorable Mamabolo, MEC, you may answer, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Thank you to all MECs, all honorable members, and the Premier, and all the guests in the House. Thanks, Honorable Shirote. This question about Madala Hostel, the reply is as follows. On the first part, the project commenced on 21st July 2020. The Madala Hostel containers were part of the transitional relocation areas that were intended as an emergency intervention to de-densify hostels and informal settlements during the COVID-19 pandemic. Their purpose was to reduce overcrowding in highly congested areas to curb the spread of the virus, particularly in Gauteng, which had become the epicenter of infections in South Africa. Number 2, the project has not yet been fully completed, and as such, the allocation and the occupation of residents can only commence upon completion of the required works and confirmation that units are ready for habitation. The project experienced delays following the voluntary termination of the appointed contractor, which necessitated the undertaking of a new procurement process for the appointment of a replacement contractor. On the third part, the answer is that the project experienced delays following the voluntary termination of the appointed contractor, which necessitated the undertaking of a new procurement process for the appointment of a replacement contractor. Now, with regards to how much has been spent, approximately 130 million has been spent by the department on CAPEX to date. No maintenance has been spent as the project is still under construction. And then the last part, the project is estimated to be completed between September and October 2026, with allocation commencing upon completion, and I can assure you this reply is on the letterhead of the city of Joburg, and we'll pass it over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Member Sirota, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Chair. MEC, thank you for the answers. This particular hostel, the living conditions are a tragedy. This has been going on for over 20 years. I've attempted on many occasions to get access to this relocation development, and it's always been denied. It's very sad that we still are projecting timelines way in advance. And the reason I've raised this question in the House is there needs to be some accountability, both from yourself, from the MEC of Human Settlements, and the Premier. People cannot be allowed to continue to live under these conditions. Something really needs to be done quite urgently. People have been waiting, and they continue to wait. And if you go and visit the hostel, you'll see why it's necessary to move these people urgently. Please do something. Thank you, Ms.
Okay. Member, thank you, MEC. Can you please respond to some question?
No, the point is taken, and we'll work with MEC Mutara to make sure that the matters relating to this hostel are indeed attended to. So the point is taken, and thank you very much.
Honorable Dr. Musai, it has a nice ring to it, eh? You can come in.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Noting that it is now winter season and that the Gauteng has informal settlements spread across the province, Gauteng city region, which are prone to fire breakouts caused by unsafe use of fossil fuels and other methods to keep households warm. Can the MEC for Kokta answer the following questions? What is the level of preparedness by Gauteng Disaster Management in responding to this kind of fire breakout when they happen? Is there any approved program in place to activate awareness campaigns to many as a means of curbing fire outbreaks in informal settlements? And the last question is, what other mechanisms and systems are in place to ensure that any disaster-prone areas are swiftly attended to when the disaster strikes and lives of vulnerable communities are at stake? Thanks, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
MEC Mamabuno.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Firstly, let me join Honorable Schneemann, who's not think, just stepped out to congratulate Dr. Musai on a very groundbreaking, very important achievement. Congratulations. The question is long. I'll try to be very brief so that we can spare the legislature some bit of time. Now, yeah, and I'll submit the reply, but it's quite long. Now, on the very first part of the question, quickly, the Provincial Disaster Management Center coordinates development of seasonal contingency plans for the winter season. Municipalities also develop their own winter contingency plans, which are then submitted to the PMDC for development of a provincial winter contingency plan. The contingency plan outlines both vertical and horizontal coordination among all relevant stakeholders in preparation for the winter season. Furthermore, the roles and responsibilities of organs of state are clearly defined and articulated within the plan. In line with the white paper on fire services, and to effectively provide education, training, and capacity building, the Provincial Fire Services Unit adopted the Public Information, Education and Relations Program, which is an initiative that aims to promote the safety of communities from fires in Gauteng province. The Public Information, Education and Relations Program uses many methods to conduct public awareness, including campaigns, news slots, newspaper articles, presentations, and door-to-door campaigns. The program is mainly implemented through the Gauteng Working Group. Number two, the reply is that the white paper on fire services outlines the key roles and responsibilities of the Provincial Disaster Management Center to include the provision of education, training, and capacity building for fire services. Coordinating mechanisms for education and fire awareness for fire services in the province are centered around the Fire and Emergency Services heads committee and the PIER and fire safety working groups. These committees provide required operational support for the implementation of all education and awareness campaigns to vulnerable communities. The Provincial Fire Services mandate is to ensure that communities at large are educated in taking precautions to prevent potentially harmful fires and surviving them. Communities, including learners, are also reminded of precautionary measures to be applied when using flammable substances that include paraffin, LPG gas, electric appliances, imbawula, and encourages not to burn fire breaks around their homes. Conducting this campaign is a proactive method of reducing emergencies and the damage caused by fires. Now, examples of the 2026-2027 awareness program for Q1, the launch of Winter Fire Safety Awareness Program was done in April at Sicelo Informal Settlement, Integrated Awareness Program, Premier's Office. This was, venue was Gateway, this was in May. Fire Safety Awareness Campaign, this was on the 29th of May at South Hills Informal Settlement. And then the Reggie Rhino Awareness Campaign, venue was Wikaho Children's Center in Lesedi. And then, of course, what are the mechanisms? The Gauteng PDMC has established a system including emergency communication mechanism for reporting, evaluating and disseminating multi-hazard early warnings on 24-hour basis to ensure that threatened communities are able to respond appropriately and take risk avoidance measures when disaster occurs or is threatening to occur. And of course, there are a number of indications of, in the city of Tshwane, for example, some of the activities, Hammanskraal, Carltonville, and so on and so on. As I said, I will not read the entire question, but we work with the Weather Service and, of course, the automatic weather stations provide the Gauteng Provincial Disaster Management Center with accurate information at the right time. Now, there are, of course, Gauteng residents or the affected vulnerable communities can be notified of emergency evacuations through multiple media platforms, and these are listed here as digital and mobile alerts, public warning system, and mass media community-based channels. Thank you very much.
Dr. Musai, do you have any supplementary?
Thank you very much, MEC, for the comprehensive response. It is encouraging to note that the winter contingency plans are in place at both provincial and municipal levels, with clearly defined roles and responsibilities. So that we thank you for it. The emphasis on public education and awareness campaign is also welcome, particularly given the heightened fire risk faced by residents of informal settlements during the winter season. It is also reassuring to hear that the disaster management efforts are coordinated across the different spheres of government, and that there are mechanisms that exist to ensure that there is rapid response when disaster occurs. So I really want to thank you for that response, and it does demonstrate that the department is proactive in planning for the fire emergencies, and we trust that the department will maintain vigilance to ensure that no community is left vulnerable when the disaster strikes. Thanks.
Thank you. Do you want to make any?
Yeah, let me welcome the positive feedback and the suggestions. Thank you very much, Dr. Msai. Now, I just want to assure you that one of the things we didn't mention here is that in the turnaround, we have got a work stream dedicated to disaster management. This work stream is convened and chaired by MMC Mahato in Mohali City. And without sounding like he's praising, the MMC has added much more needed energy and impetus into this area of work. We have seen his programs and activities on the ground, even when there were problems in Limpopo, when there were problems in Mozambique. I think the integration here with the municipalities, the coordination, the training, and the work that they are doing, I'd like to assure you that this is a very critical area of our work, and we really commend him and all our municipalities for integration, for working together, for cooperative governance, and for making sure that we do things as one single integrated team. So on that note, I wanted to thank you and say some of the points we made, we will convey them to the MMC and the work stream to further improve. Thank you.
Any supplementary? Okay. Member Tlongo.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Greetings to the House and to the people of Gauteng. MEC, noting that the province has prioritized digital education and future skills development, could the MEC please answer the following? Firstly, how many schools are currently offering coding and robotics programs in Gauteng? What budget has been allocated for the expansion of coding and robotics programs in public schools? How many educators have been trained to teach coding, robotics, or digital skills? And what plans are in place to introduce artificial intelligence-related learning programs in our schools? Thank you.
MEC Maile.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. The answer to, Deputy Chair of Chairs, thanks. Let me thank the honourable member for the question. A total of 110 primary schools offering grade 7 currently implement coding and robotics program, and of these, 33 schools cater exclusively for grade R to 6. On question 2, the answer is coding and robotics is not funded as a standalone program. However, implementation is supported through the Mathematics, Science and Technology conditional grant, which is applied across 62 primary schools and 45 secondary schools, which is grade 7 to 9. Expenditure under the MST conditional grant for coding and robotics activities is detailed as follows. Supply and delivery of tablets for grade 8 to 9, 45 schools, that's just over 4 million. Supply and delivery of grade 1 to 3 coding and robotics kit, 62 schools, about 4 million. Training of primary school teachers, 417 teachers, 3 million. Training and orientation of grade 8 to 9 teachers, 90 teachers, about 2 million. And answer to question 3, in addition to the MST conditional grant training, as indicated above, the province implemented multiple educator training initiatives aligned with coding, robotics, and broader digital skills development as follows. 433 teachers, grade 1 to 9, trained in coding and robotics in accordance with the approved training schedule. The 400 teachers, grade R to 9, trained through the University of Johannesburg short learning program in coding and robotics. 3,365 educators trained in remote and digital literacy skills. 3,468 educators trained in digital and virtual learning through on-site support and training interventions. Answer to question 4. The province has initiated measures to integrate artificial intelligence into teaching and learning, and these include ongoing training of educators on the integration of AI into curriculum delivery, deployment of ICT trainers, to implementing schools to provide on-site support and capacity building in digital and AI-related skills, and establishment of partnerships through the Provincial Training Institute with specialized service providers to support AI-focused training for educators in select tech schools. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mhlongo, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. It would not be a question, but just a comment on the importance of ensuring that there is training on AI-related curriculum delivery and ensuring that our learners actually are on this whilst it's still at a young age. I think the importance of the establishment of public-private partnerships is very important as well, because as the MEC has been saying recently, it does take a village to raise a child. Thank you.
Thank you. MEC, I'm not sure you want to comment on the comment. Okay, I think the MEC is covered. There was a question that was asked by Honorable Dr. Masuku on behalf of the Deputy Speaker, and the Premier indicated that he will answer that question later. Honorable Premier, you can then answer question number 4.
Thanks so much, Honorable Presiding Officer, and my sincerest apology for this confusion. We'll try to rectify it. Apologies for that. In terms of question 1, yes, the previous financial year, which was 2025-2026, the following actions were taken, which is over 3,000 awareness campaigns relating to liquor control, over 190,000 compliance inspectors conducted a licensed liquor premises, over 6,000 liquor control operations were conducted, over 4,000 cases related to selling liquor without a license were executed, and over 5,000 unlicensed liquor premises were closed down and the traders were charged, and over 45,000 searches were conducted at liquor premises. And the following arrests were made: 19,000 which were related to alcohol arrests, 11,000 that were related to drinking in public place, 1,000 which was being drunk in public place, 6,793 which was illegal dealing in liquor, and 29 it was the illegal distribution of alcohol, and 3 illegal micro-manufacturing of liquor was also invaded or raided, with 4 illegal micro-manufacturing of liquor which were shut down. So a total of 651,000 milliliters of alcohol were confiscated during the period of April 2025 to March 2026. In terms of question 2, the implementation of integrated crime and violence prevention strategy and Operation Chanela ensures that illegal sale of alcohol in Gauteng is reduced or prevented through the following actions. 1, ensuring all tavern permit holders and on-consumption liquor outlets remain compliant with all legislation in terms of the Gauteng Liquor Act of 2023 or 203. 2, conducting an audit of all tavern permits to ensure compliance with applicable regulations and also identifying non-compliant traders. And lastly, enforcing compliance with Liquor Act, including the prohibition of liquor sales to underage persons and intoxicated patrons, while adherence to prescribed trading hours. In terms of your last question, 630 illegal liquor outlets have been closed in the Citibank area alone. Once more, Honourable Presiding Officer, my sincerest apologies for this late response to this important question. Our problems in our country start with alcohol, and the sooner we deal with matters of alcohol, the better. Thank you so much, Honourable Member.
Any supplementary comment, Honourable Masuku?
Thank you, Honourable Premier, for the response. I think it just calls upon us as the legislature to zoom into the licensing board, and with the recent reports that we have received in the media, that there are problems in terms of licensing and so on. And the proliferation of liquor establishments in our townships, particularly in informal settlements and townships, is a big actually challenge. Even when in the vicinity and the precinct of churches and schools, we do find liquor outlets, and it's something that we need to zoom in making sure that besides raiding, we need to curb the licensing of some of these institutions and establishments. Thank you.
Thank you. Premier?
I fully concur with the Honourable Doctor on this subject. And he knows my views on this matter. And I don't want to express my personal views, Honourable Presiding Officer. I will agree with him that the strengthening of the liquor regulations in our country, it's something that we need to look upon it. We're hosting the president of the city of Vienna, and they took us through that Sunday they don't trade and sell alcohol. But you can't bring that here because Member Maile and Member Tasnim may fight me badly on this subject. So let's keep it that way, Honourable Chair, and I agree with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Premier. Ere ke dumedise batjhaki ba rona e dutseng manu dimo mane. Tsa ile ka o tshira meeting fela ka ska le dumedisa sanbonang. Member Du Plessis, online, can you please read your question?
Thank you, Chair. With regard to provincially owned hostels, could the MEC please answer the following? How does the allocation of rooms at provincially owned hostels work? How much has been spent on the current upgrading of the hostels? What is the total budget for upgrades? What specifically has been upgraded? And is there a plan to involve the residents in maintaining these upgrades? Thank you.
Member Mutara, there seems to be lots of hostel questions today.
There's a lot of interest in hostels all of a sudden, but thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and thank you to Member Du Plessis for the question. The response is as follows. To the first part, how does allocations of rooms take place? The allocations of rooms in the 6 inner city hostels is handled by the Izinduna. How much has been spent on the current upgrading? It's currently 430 million has been spent on the current major repairs taking place at the 6 Johannesburg inner city hostels. This equates to about 85% of the total budget. The total budget for the major repairs at the 6 hostels is 520,430,838 rand. What has specifically been upgraded? The repairs that are currently taking place at the 6 Johannesburg inner city hostels include, but are also not limited to, fixing of sewer networks that have been broken for many years, as well as upgrading the sewer network, fixing of all plumbing and water reticulation system, repairing of electrical infrastructure, as well as upgrading electrical infrastructure, the fixing of structural damages to walls internally and externally, including replastering and painting, repainting of all internal walls in passages, foyers, and in the individual units and rooms, replacing all doors, window frame, glazing, etc., fixing of all ablution facilities, as well as related plumbing. This fixing requires replacing, and large-scale paving in all the hostels. The response to the last part of the question is that, is there a plan to involve residents in maintaining these upgrades? There is Induna leadership structure, in collaboration with ward councillors, has committed to protecting and safeguarding the infrastructure. Upon completion and handover of the project, a formal community-based structure will be established, supported by clear terms of reference, to oversee the protection and maintenance of the infrastructure. The structure will be predominantly composed of residents to promote community ownership, accountability, and sustainability. But currently, ongoing is engagement of and education of how to maintain, use the infrastructure correctly, how to keep it clean, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Any supplementary or comment, Member Du Plessis?
Chair, thank you. No, I just want to thank the MEC for that answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Following the statement by the head of the Department of Education during a media briefing that the Gauteng Department of Education was told it could not continue funding Quintile 5 schools above the prescribed minimum norms and standards, and that the department needed to bring spending in line with what the law says, and that's a direct quote from the media briefing. Number one, who specifically instructed the Gauteng Department of Education that it could not fund Quintile 5 schools above the prescribed minimum funding levels? 2, was this instruction issued by the Department of Basic Education, National Treasury, Provincial Treasury, or any other entity or official? 3, will the MEC please provide all correspondence, directives, legal opinions, memoranda, or instructions relied upon by the department to reduce Quintile 5 school allocations, and if not, why not? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Member MEC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. One of the difficulties about this question is that the honourable member is asking me about what the HOD said in a press conference, which I convened, not what I said. But anyway, I'll answer him. So the HOD, I'm sure in answering the question, so he must be clear. I'm responding on behalf of the HOD because he has asked about what he said. So the HOD did indicate that there has been interactions between Treasury, including National Department of Basic Education, on this matter. And because there are financial difficulties in the province, so as they have the interactions, the issue is how then do you respond in a way that is going to be responsible and help? And I think that's what the HOD was trying to say, because the member wants to know if there was an instruction, there was a letter. No, there's no such. So the department therefore aligned its funding approach to comply with prescribed minimum funding. So the honourable member, I'm sure, knows that Gauteng for the longest of time has been paying more than what it's supposed to pay. So when you've got difficulties, you must then say, how do you live within your means and what is given to you. So to try and find somebody, because that's what they're trying to find. There must be somebody, and hopefully they think it's the MEC who said it's an instruction. There is no instruction. So the government, Department of Education in this instance, as they were looking at how to reprioritize their resources, came to that conclusion. By the way, the minister, who is a DA deployee, wrote to ask clarity on this issue, and she's satisfied with the clarity that we are paying within the norms and standard and within the budget that we have. So that's what we have. The budget we have, we will spend the budget we have, not the budget we don't have. On question 3, there is no correspondence, as I've said, the honourable member that is looking for. But the honourable member can also look at the Gazette related to the amended national norms and standards for school funding, which sets out the national targets table, which is paragraph 109 of the Gazette for 2026 to 2028, indicative target amounts as determined by the Minister of Basic Education, Honorable Khwarube, who's a deployee of the DA. And question 4 is answered as above. Thank you very much.
Okay, Member Waters, do you have a supplementary or a comment?
I have a comment.
Thank you.
Deputy Chair. It's quite clear then, and it's quite clear from the MEC's reply that the department took a political decision to slash funding to Quintile 5 schools. There was no directive from National Treasury or the Department of Basic Education. And minimum norms mean just that, minimum norms. You can exceed them. And the fact that this department decided to go after the softest and frontline services of education of children is actually, quite frankly, disgusting. There are many other places in the budget that could have been slashed in order to save frontline services, such as, for example, the 3 offices that this department rents out at huge expense in the city of Johannesburg, instead of using public works departments offices at much cheaper rates. Stopping the funding to Matthew Goodnewe School of Leadership and Governance at hundreds of millions of rands a year when there's no accountability as to where that taxpayers' money is going. But I do thank the MEC for his honesty in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
MEC, you want to comment on the comment?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. What I know is that both me and honourable member are not educationists. At least I'm a legal graduate, and I know by law that I can't deny learners education is their basic right, and therefore, as a MEC, I have a responsibility, the same way that MEC, the former MEC Madume Chulwane did, to protect the learners and educators in schools. You know, these other things that, for instance, an honorable member is not an educationist, and he says Matthew Goniwe is not important. Does he know what is the role of Matthew Goniwe? Because it's there to train the same educators, to train the school governing bodies, to make sure that there is stability in schools, that there is good governance in schools, and that if there is no good governance in schools, we will not be able to achieve all these other. So I think the honorable member is in a tirade of being a populist and try, because there's a media house, by the way, which has been bought or co-opted into this agenda. They wanted me to speak to them. I refused on this matter, and I said to them, I don't have a problem. Go and check with the minister, one. Go and check if we have defaulted on the norms and standards. Then come back to me. They have not come back because they have established that we have not defaulted on the norms and standards. So I don't understand what is this persistent desperation by the DA to try and create an impression that we are irresponsible. We are very responsible as the department, and that's why we are one of the very few provinces that is funding all schools within the norms and standard. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Member Waters, please read the next question.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Given the department's admission during another media briefing on the 17th of May this year that there was a misalignment, and that's a direct quote from the MEC, between rising municipal tariffs and the allocation provided to schools. Number one, does the MEC now admit that the Gauteng Department of Education knowingly expected schools to pay municipal bills with funding that was insufficient to cover those costs? Two, if not, why not? And number three, given that the department now admits that some schools inherited historical municipal debt, were subjected to overbilling and incorrect tariff classifications, why did the Gauteng Department of Education continue shifting responsibilities for municipal accounts onto schools despite knowing many schools lack the financial capacity to sustain those obligations? I thank you, Deputy Chair.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and thanks for the question from the honourable member. Firstly, the first question, the department does not admit that it knowingly expected schools to pay for municipal services with insufficient fund, as this was not the case. It's not true. It's not true. In fact, if the honourable member had listened to the press conference comprehensively, I said in the press conference, the budget we have for water and electricity is 2 billion in schools, and that money is decentralized to schools. What we were owing municipalities at the time is about 600 million. So you can see the problem is not the money. There are other issues, and what are those issues? And in certain instances, some of those issues relate to rates and taxes, which is not the responsibility of the Department of Education or of the schools. So I thought I should make that point clear on question one. On question two, the identified misalignment is not attributable to the department. The department allocates funding in accordance with national norms and standards for schools funding, as determined by the Minister of Basic Education, and determines the minimum per learner funding levels. These norms are prescribed by the Department of Basic Education, and the department complies with these norms in full when allocating funds to schools. Furthermore, In terms of Section 36, subsection 1 of the South African Schools Act 1996, school governing bodies are required to take reasonable measures to supplement the resources provided by the state in order to meet the operational needs of schools. That's what the law requires. Accordingly, both the department and school governing bodies have distinct but complementary responsibilities in ensuring that schools are adequately resourced to meet their financial obligations, including municipal services. On question 3, the department does not admit that it continued shifting responsibilities, because it's not true, for municipal accounts onto schools, despite knowledge that schools lack the financial capacity to meet those obligations. As indicated above, funding allocations to schools are not made by Minister of Basic Education through the national norms and standards for funding. In those circumstances, any misalignment between school allocations and rising municipal charges cannot be construed as proof that the department knowingly imposed unaffordable obligations. Moreover, historical municipal debts, overbilling, and incorrect tariff classifications are not in themselves attributable to the department's funding decisions and may arise from factors external to the department's direct control. The South African Schools Act 1996 therefore contemplates complementary responsibilities rather than a unilateral transfer of liability by the department. Thank you very much.
Member Waters, supplementary or comment?
Comment, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, it's a known fact that the Department of Education in Gauteng is in a financial crisis. There's no doubt about that. And in April 2025, the department then pushed the responsibility of paying municipal debts onto schools unilaterally. In addition to that, many schools inherited historical debt, which the department had not paid because they couldn't pay, but expected schools to pay those municipal debts. It has resulted now in hundreds of schools across this province either being cut off by municipalities or receiving notices of intent to cut schools' electricity. This is not a quality education that our children deserve. Children cannot study in the dark. Many schools cannot operate without electricity, obviously, particularly technical schools, for example. And once again, this department has just pushed the responsibility onto schools for something they ought to be paying. In addition, Deputy Chair, many schools who are classified as Quintile 5 faced a 64% budget cut in April. And many of these schools' demographic have changed drastically over the last years. The last time any assessment was done of schools to determine what quintile they ought to be classified as was done over 20 years ago. There's a disconnect between reality on the ground and how this Department of Education functions. And if we don't get reality steeped into this department quickly, many more schools are going to be sitting in the dark and many more children will not be able to learn. Thank you, Chair.
MEC, do you have any response?
No, thank you very much. I don't know why the honorable member thinks that he can speak with authority about the finances of the department when he knows nothing about them. That's the first point. The second point is that the honorable member knows, and we are on record saying that the repayment of e-tolls has brought serious strains and constraints in our budget. The third issue is that in terms of the equitable share formula, the Department of Education's budget is supposed to be at 48%, we are at 46%. The fourth point is the budget is 70.9 billion. And the fifth point is This budget is big, but it's not enough. And that's why we said we want to use it differently, want to reorientate, and it's something else that we can talk about. So for the honorable member to suggest that we're in a financial crisis and that the department does not have an appreciation of the situation we find ourselves in is actually not true. It's misinformed. It's populism. And if the honorable member wants to engage with us on what are the other things that we are doing to make sure that we are dealing with a situation that is beyond us. Because as I've said, the equitable share formula says we must get 48%. We're sitting at 46%, and it doesn't mean that we've got a crisis and we're not. And that's why one of the things that we are focusing on is making sure that there is no school that there's no teacher, that all the important resources like subject advisors, etc., we prioritize those. So the honorable member is not telling the truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. No, Member Waters, please don't.
Shut up, man. Very well. You're going to irritate
Member
me now.
Member
You will
Mhlongo.
irritate me now.
Member Mhlongo, please.
You don't want to irritate
Member
me.
Mhlongo, please read your question. Member Waters, please be in order. Member Mhlongo.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. MEC Diale Tlabela, noting the suspension of NWS bus operation services from the 21st of January 2026, can you kindly respond to the following? What is the status of the intervention facilitated through IGR processes as led by the Gauteng Premier and supported by Gautrain in addressing this matter? Secondly, what would be the interim and type of intervention that is on the table until an amicable and sustainable solution has been reached?
MEC. Diale Tlabela.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and to Honorable Mhlongo, and good afternoon to colleagues in the House. Response to question 1, the IGR process between Northwest Government and Gauteng Government is still ongoing. Our latest engagement with both premiers of Gauteng as well as the Premier of Northwest and MECs responsible for roads and for transport in these provinces took place on 19 May 2026, and hence I say the IGR processes are still ongoing. And I must say that there's also critical stakeholders we are engaging with, critical stakeholders like COSATU that is representing the workers as well as the creditors in the entity that belongs to Northwest. Secondly, in response to your question, in the interim, as the Department of Roads and Transport in Gauteng, we are considering various options, including the extension of the Gautrain minibus feeder and distribution services from the Gautrain stations in Hatfield and Pretoria directly to Hammanskraal, Jubilee Mall precinct. This proposed extension was consulted with the councillors of the area and community members and various stakeholders, and this we did on the 6th and the 9th May 2026 respectively. In the meantime, on behalf of the Gauteng Roads and Transport GMA is still in discussions with TTI. TTI is Tshwane leadership, it's Tshwane taxi industry regarding the proposed GMFDS and still working on the costing. We also have engaged PRASA to revive the railway network that connects Pretoria and Hammanskraal, and they have committed to reintroduce the passenger rail services between these two places, Pretoria and Hammanskraal, using diesel locomotives only in the morning and the afternoon peaks. They have already done the inspection in loco in collaboration with the railway safety regulator. It is envisaged that the service will resume
soon, and this commitment was set to be before the end of the second quarter of the current financial year. Thank you very much, Member Mhlongo. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Member Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thank you very much, MEC, for that response. I think it's quite important that in the interim there is interventions that the department has made to ensure that the people of Hammanskraal do not suffer and don't necessarily have transport. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Member Mhlongo. Okay. Member San.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chair. Good afternoon, honourable colleagues. MEC, good day to you. The Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport is responsible for the procurement, supply and distribution of face value papers used in the printing of vehicle registration and licensing documents at the driver licensing and testing centres, the DLTCs, across the province. I have received complaints that several DLTCs are experiencing severe shortages of these face value papers, resulting in the substantial backlogs, service delivery failures, and growing public frustration. By way of example, the City of Johannesburg operated DLTCs reportedly require no fewer than 100,000 sheets of face value papers per week to meet the operational demands, yet currently only receives about 10,000 sheets per week. This shortage appears to be widespread across the province of Gauteng and has created an environment conducive to unethical and potentially corrupt conduct. There are growing allegations that certain private service providers acting in collusion with licensing officials are exploiting the shortage by prioritizing the applicants who are willing to pay inflated fees or premium charges in order to secure vehicle registration and licensing services. In light of the above, MEC, can you please advise, number one, what are the precise reasons for the current shortage of face value papers across the Gauteng DLTCs? Number two, what is the monthly consumption of face value papers in the province, including the number actually supplied? Number three, what is the estimated financial and operational impact of the shortages on provincial and municipal licensing centres? Number four, when does the department anticipate that the shortage will be fully resolved and that all DLTCs in Gauteng will receive sufficient and uninterrupted supplies? And lastly, what contingency plans and supply chain safeguards is the department implementing to ensure that such critical breakdown in service delivery does not occur again? Thank you, Deputy Chair and MEC.
MEC, you can respond to the question. Kisan.
Thank you very much, Member San, for the question. I think it will also help us create more awareness of what is happening, because this has been a problem for about, it comes and go. The shortages are experienced, and this is as a result of a convergence of supply constraints by government printing works, the absence of buffer stock due to fiscal limitations, and inherent risks associated with a single supply model. Government Printing Works is the sole supplier of face value papers utilized by driving license testing centers throughout the country. Over the past few weeks, Government Printers Works experienced supply constraints which resulted in shortages of face value papers across Gauteng DLTCs. 2, monthly consumptions of face value papers varies depending on demand patterns, as certain periods experience high transaction volumes than others. On average, Gauteng province consumes approximately 400 boxes of face value papers per month. Between April 2025 and March 2026, a total of 4,395 boxes were supplied to Gauteng licensing centers. And these are centers that include provincial government centers as well as municipal centers. In April 2026, and I think Langlaagte is a City of Johannesburg center. In April 2026, a further 373 boxes were issued to licensing centers across the province. Question 3, considering that renewal of driver vehicle licenses and such likes is compulsory, public renewal at first conveniently as such, there was no what? I'm sorry. I think operationally the shortages resulted in disruptions to service delivery at affected DLTCs, including delays in processing licensing-related transactions. In some instances, motorists were required to seek services at alternative centers where stock was available, resulting in inconvenience to the public and operational pressure on affected centers. And this was beyond us as a provincial government. 4, and I think one of the challenges that this mandate is faced with is a centralization of some of the roles to national government. Question 4, the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport received 101 boxes during the week ending 16 May 2026, followed by an additional 375 boxes during the week ending 23 May 2026. This brought the total number of boxes received over the 2-week period to 476. Based on the recent deliveries received from government printers, the department is of the view that the immediate shortage has largely been stabilized. However, the department cannot provide absolute certainty regarding uninterrupted supply for the remainder of the year, as the availability of face value papers remains dependent on ongoing production and supply by GPW. The department continues to monitor stock levels closely and engage regularly with government printers to minimize the risk of future disruption. I think, Member Sani, you would know that this is one of also the areas where we need to be very careful. We can also have more stock in our offices or storages because most of the crimes that happen that are DLTC related, criminals are more interested in the face values. So we receive them as per the request. Question 5, to strengthen supply continuity, the department has already submitted a purchase order for the supply of 5,156 boxes for the full financial year. This forward planning approach is intended to assist government printers in improving production planning and distribution scheduling. Under normal operating conditions, the department collects approximately 300 boxes per week from government printers when sufficient stock is available. This equates to approximately 1.2 boxes per month. The department maintains this supply internally and distributes them to Gauteng licensing centers as operational needs arise. Historically, when sufficient budget allocations were available, the department maintained high buffer stock levels throughout the year. This enabled the department to continue operations during periods when government printers was unable to meet required supply quantities. However, reduced overstocking capacity has increased reliance on continuous supply from GPW. I think that's the other reason for the challenge, that we do not have enough to stock more as a buffer stock in our storage. Member San, thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Member San.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and thanks very much, MEC, for the clarity, and I think it's a very comprehensive answers you've provided. MEC, just an observation. I fully agree with you that we must safeguard these face value papers. If we were to equate the face value papers, they're probably the same paper that you would print our bank notes on. And if the criminals were to get their hands on these face value papers, it would be easy for them to fraudulently create licensing papers. So I want to agree with you on that, MEC, but at the same time, we should also not use that as a obstruction to ensure that we have continuously and uninterrupted supplies to the licensing centers. So, MEC, appreciate it. Thank you very much. And thank you, Deputy Chair.
Okay, thank you, MEC.
Thank you. Thanks, Member San. I think one other alternative is, as and when there are shortages in other centers, we try hard to make sure that the members of the public are aware and to access the smart licensing centers throughout the province. Please visit our Facebook page to familiarize yourself so that you are able to share with your constituencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Member Rasilingwane, is she here, online?
Chair, Deputy Chair, I'm taking Member Rasilingwane's question, if you're all right with that.
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much. To the MEC of Cogta, further to 5 Cogta 096, where the reply states that the total bill for suspended officials in the city of Ekurhuleni amounts to 8,462,765 rand and 69 cents. Could the MEC please indicate, 1, over what exact period or time frame was the amount of 8,462,765 rand and 69 cents accumulated? And 2, based on the reply in question, could you please include amounts paid to the city for each of the days of suspension to date? Thank you so much.
MEC.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and greetings, Honourable Premier and Honourable Members. Now, thank you for the question. The reply is as follows, and I'll hand it over. It's on the letterhead of the city of Ekurhuleni. So the amount of 8.4 million was the salary bill of the suspended employees from March 2024 to March 2026. Now, the second part of the question, you want a breakdown of these amounts paid by the city to each of from the day of suspension to date. Now, in the Department of Community Safety, there's one top management at about 4 million. In human resource, one at about 906,000, and then risk and legal services at 1 million. ICT, one top management at 2.7 million. And then community safety, there's one senior management at 780,000. So the figures are here. I'll hand over the question. That indicates in health and social development, community safety, and of course, community safety, different levels of semi-skilled, and the different amounts there. The city has acknowledged that there was an omission of one employee, and they have stated the amount of that omission, and they actually indicate that's how the amount balances finally. So thank you very much. Let me hand over the reply.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have a follow-up, Member Hicklin, on behalf of Member Rasilingwane?
No, thank you very much. I will look forward to taking that to her. Thank you so much, Deputy
Thank you very much. Member Ntseche, are you online or is a member?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of
Okay,
Chairs.
thank you.
With regards to NPO funding in 2025-2026 financial year, 1, how many NPOs experienced delayed payments in 2025-2026? How many NPOs lost funding due to compliance issues? What support is provided to struggling NPOs before defunding occurs? How many community jobs depend on department-funded NPOs? And lastly, what measures are in place to prevent future service disruptions? Thank you.
Member Tshege, must I take it that the question 18 is jumped deliberately? Question 16?
Oh, my apologies, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me go back to it. I apologize.
Oh,
I've got it.
okay, okay.
All right. From April 2021 to March 2026, could the MEC please indicate how much irregular expenditure has the department incurred each year during the period? Which programs contributed most to irregular expenditure? How many officials are currently under investigation? How many funded vacancies exist in frontline service and service delivery during each year of this period? And why has spending on contractors increased significantly while frontline services remain under pressure? Thank you, and apologies once again.
No, it's fine. The second question will regard it as read, but let's first take the first question. MEC Gomoral Huku, are you online to answer the question? The first question? Yes, please answer the first question.
Chairperson of committee.
Yes.
The response to the first question is it's a breakdown, Chair, that talks to the financial year 2021-22, where we have two number of instances that we had the irregular expenditure. It was 56267,452. 2022 we had 2 again. It was 9144415. 23-24 it was 5 instances, and it was 12,045,642. 2024-25 it was 9, and it was 214,599,221. 25-26 there were 10 number of instances. It was 1.199.031. Then the total was 28 instances that this has happened, and the amount is 293,255.76. The response to the second question, on the programs, it's administrative repairs and maintenance. Per AG report, there are 11 incidents. The amount was 19.016.169. The second one is development and research deviation for SU, DP, and FP, which were 8 in terms of incidents, and the amount is 272/690/278.78. And then the restoration services, Tswada, mass admission at Dr. F and F, it was 4 instances with 939,382. Social workers, PWDs, service to elderly people, and HIV and AIDS, those were number of incidents were 2 at 108,781. And then the pending assessment by loss control unit for catering services program still to be determined, but at the moment it's 2 instances at 112,268. Then children and families, it's 1 instance, which is 388,802. The total is 28, and the amount is 293,255,760. How many officials are currently under investigation? The response is none at the moment. For previous funded NPOs, compliance with existing service level agreements is also assessed before an organization is deemed compliant. Thank you.
Member Tshege, do you have any supplementary question to the first question? Question
For the
16.
supplementary remark, please, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thank you for the comprehensive remarks, MEC, responses. However, I do want to say I'm concerned if there's no official under investigation. I'll tell you why. In November, I asked around irregular expenditure, and I was told the staff is competent. However, Member More asked on the 17th of March around irregular expenditure and holding staff to account. And during that sitting, MEC Faith Mazibuko said she could not hold those employees to account because they're no longer in the employment of the department, which means she acknowledges that they should have actually been held to account. And I want to know, even if somebody has left the service of the department, that sounds like it's tantamount to crime and something should have been done about it. And I'd like to know whether you are going to do something about it. Thank you.
Let me see.
Thanks, Chair. I will go back and get the report of what happened to those officials. Then I can be able then to act on that because I am not aware of the response that happened in November. So now then, because I'm there, I'll look into that as she's indicating. So that if there is some officials that are there that were responsible for that, there will be consequence management. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. MEC may also answer the question that was read by Member Nseche, which is question 17, which is her second question. Please respond to the question about NPOs, funding of
Thank
NPOs.
you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Chair of Chairs, I think the response to question 1 is in the year 2025-26 financial year, the department managed to pay all NPOs that were compliant with the requirements of the NPO Act, the relevant program requirements, and the terms of service level agreement. The second answer is a total of 17 SLAs were not funded in the fourth quarter due to non-compliance. Then the response to the third question is before defunding occurs, the department issues a corrective letter to NPOs that are found to be not compliant with the requirements of the service level agreement. Then the NPO, together with the department, develops an action plan that must be implemented to address the identified non-compliance. The department may place again the NPO under administration where challenges are severe and require stronger intervention. The response to the fourth question, Chair, is that approximately 12,174 jobs were supported by the department through funded NPOs. The last question, the fifth question, Chair, is what measures are in place is that the department is committed to prioritize compliance training for NPOs in ensuring continuous engagement with municipalities on the compliance challenges, particularly those arising from municipal bylaws. And compliance training for both funded and unfunded NPOs will be concluded on the quarterly basis, while engagements with municipalities will form part of the agenda of the intergovernmental relations meetings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Member Nseche, Honorable Nseche.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I want to please ask MEC to re-answer question 1, because the question said how many, which means number of NPOs that are funded, and she didn't answer that. And then I wanted to raise my concern about the fact that a lot of NPOs were not funded due to compliance issues. And when you dig down, they say to you, the training is insufficient and it doesn't talk to the very things that talk to compliance. So with that, Deputy Chair of Chairs, if the MEC can please answer the question I asked in question 1, please. Thank you.
MEC.
In line with my response, Chair, is in line with 2025-26 financial year, the department managed to pay all NPOs that were compliant with the requirements of the NPO Act and the relevant program requirements in terms of this service level agreement that we have with them. How many that lost funding due to compliance issues? It's a total of 17 SALs were not funded in the whole list that I'm talking about. But if a member then want me to categorize that and give him according to the regions, I will definitely give that answer in writing, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Member Abrahams, are you member MEC? Okay, member. Yes, Member Abrahams, you can read your question.
Greetings. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Greetings to the House. My question is then to the member of the Executive Council for e-Government. First question, why has the department failed to implement fully transparent and publicly accessible procurement systems despite years of corruption scandals involving contractors and irregular tenders across government? What safeguards has the department implemented to prevent digital governmental platforms from being captured or manipulated by politically connected service providers and corrupt officials? My third question, by what deadline will all vulnerable paper-based government administrative systems be fully digitized to prevent the loss, manipulation and destruction of official records? Question 4. What concrete protection is the department implementing to protect whistleblowers to expose corruption through digital reporting platforms from retaliation, intimidation, and surveillance? My last question to the MEC. What measurable reduction in corruption, wasteful expenditure, and service delivery failures can the department directly attribute to spending on digital transformation and e-governance initiatives over the past 5 financial years? Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
MEC.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honourable Premier, members of the executive, and thank you, Member, for the questions that you have posed to us. With regard to question 1, the department has consistently maintained a fully transparent and publicly accessible procurement system. The department remains firmly aligned with the requirements of the Public Procurement Act 28 of 2024, which serves as a comprehensive national legislative framework. A national legislative framework aimed at harmonizing procurement processes and strengthening transparency and anti-corruption measures. The Act primarily focuses on consolidating previously fragmented procurement systems into a single regulatory framework designed to enhance transparency and combat corruption. The departmental policies and processes align with the Act. This approach ensures that all procedures are transparent and that our operations contribute to the ongoing fight against corruption. In addition to adhering to the Act, our department utilizes the tender bulletin platform for both provincial and national government tenders, further enhancing public accessibility and transparency. The department also leveraged the National Treasury Central Supply Database to invite suppliers to tender through requests for quotations, ensuring transparent and fair and open process. On question 2, the department utilizes a multi-layered framework of governance, technical and operational controls to protect digital platforms from unauthorized influence, manipulation and capture. Key safeguards include multi-stage approval workflows for procurement, system administration and change management, eliminate unilateral decision-making and abuse of authority. System and administrative access is restricted based on the principle of least privilege, ensuring officials only access data required for their specific business roles. Automated classification controls prevent unauthorized sharing, copying, downloading, or external transmission of confidential government data. All privileged user actions, configurations, modifications, and system activities are immutably lodged to provide complete traceability and repeat detect suspicious behavior. Service providers are bound by strict contractual security clauses. Third-party access to government networks is tightly restricted, monitored, and limited to specific operational needs. All updates to digital platforms must clear standardized testing and documented approval pipelines to prevent backdoor manipulation or unauthorized system modifications. Alignment with national cybersecurity standards is paired with ongoing ethics and information security training to maintain high institutional accountability. On question 3, the Gauteng Provincial Government, through the Gauteng Department of E-Government in coordination with localized line departments, does not enforce a singular global deadline for the completion of all paperless conversions. Instead, vulnerable administrative registries are actively being phased out under strategic departmental specific targets linked directly to the Gauteng, to the growing Gauteng Together 2030 digital ecosystem blueprint. The mid-2027 deadline, the provincial government's most massive and historically vulnerable physical archives belongs to the Gauteng Department of Health, which contains over 800 million legacy patient pages. Under phase 2 of the Digital Health Transmission Strategy launched in 2025, a strict 36-month information rollout puts the final deadline for full migration at mid-2028. This transfers all remaining data onto an automated health information system to actively prevent record loss, misplacement, and medical legal vulnerabilities. Under the broader GPG 4IR strategy and ICT transformation roadmap, general corporate, municipal, and transversal back office paper systems are targeted for systematic obsolescence by 2030. This phase is heavily insulated by e-government expanding deployment of youth services and digital ambassadors operating on rolling a 24-month field contract through 2027 to on-board lagging departments. On question 4, the department has implemented measures to protect whistleblowers who report corruption, fraud, maladministration, or unethical conduct through secure and confidential reporting channels. Individuals can report concerns anonymously through the Gauteng Ethic hotline, which the numbers are provided for you, member, the National Anti-Corruption, the SIU, and the Vuvuzela mobile application. In the past 5 years, these channels have been leveraged by various whistleblowers to report the incidents of potential fraud. The department has implemented whistleblower protection measures in line with the Protected Disclosures Act, the Protection of Personal Information Act, and other applicable governance framework. These measures prohibit retaliation, intimidation, harassment, or victimization of individuals who make protected disclosures in good faith. To safeguard whistleblowers, the department has implemented restricted access controls, confidentiality requirements, audit logging, cybersecurity monitoring, and secure information handling procedures to prevent unauthorized access to disclosure of whistleblowers' information. Furthermore, allegations of retaliation and victimizations are investigated and addressed through established disciplinary processes. On question 5, in the past 5 years, the Gauteng provincial government has embarked on a journey of information and communication technology modernization during the 6th administration and continuing into the 7th administration. This drive has aimed to transform public service delivery, improve efficiency and transparency, and enable a digitally empowered government that can respond swiftly to the needs of the GPG and the Gauteng province. As the digital world evolves and citizens' expectations rise, reflecting on the progress and challenges of this modernization process is critical for charting the path ahead. Below are some of the programs implemented for improvement service delivery. The list is long, member. You get the written reply of the things that we've done as a department. This is also supported by the Auditor General's outcome, which the department has implemented an operational clean audit action plan that is monitored at senior management level monthly. The audit outcomes for the 6th administration, as by you, member, are indicated below. 2020, 2021 unqualified, 21, 22 unqualified, 22, 23 unqualified, 23, 24 unqualified, 2024, 2025 unqualified. I thank you, member.
Member Abrahams, any supplementary or further question or comment?
Just a comment. Thank you, Deputy Chair. MEC, thank you very much for the conclusive feedback and answering of the questions. I would really appreciate if portfolio of evidence in a report form could be submitted. Thank you very much, MEC.
Okay, thank you, Member. We will take the question from the EFF, which will be the last question for today before we get into the debate, because the rules only talk about the questions which are 1 hour, which we have been very generous. We went over an hour. So I'll ask Member Makwala to ask. I just wanted to give the MEC a chance to answer to your question. Member Makwala, can you please ask your question?
Deputy Chair of Chairs, it's Member Abrams.
Member Abrams.
Be assigned to ask the question to the MEC of Finance. We appreciate the very honest account provided by the MEC of Finance on the state of Gauteng's finances and the program of action presented on the 14th of May 2026. We particularly welcome the acknowledgement of the province's developmental challenges, especially the reality that national allocations do not adequately account for the pressures caused by migration, urbanization, and growing demand for public services in Gauteng. We further appreciate the call sound by Provincial Treasury to confront fiscal and government's challenges directly, strengthening accountability, rebuild state capacity, and improve financial discipline across government. In line with this, can the MEC answer the following questions? The first question, given the upcoming 4.6 billion e-tolls payments due in 2026, how is the obligation impacting the provincial fiscus, infrastructure spending, and broader service delivery priorities of the province? And lastly, what concrete measures are being implemented by Provincial Treasury to resolve and reduce the approximately 35.5 billion in unresolved historical irregular expenditure across provincial departments? Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
MEC, you can respond to your question. MEC Tunga.
No, thank you very much, Speaker of the Day. I just don't know if this is the correct question. Oh. Eqetelele sukuma bani?
No, the induction was summarized, so we understand. Orientation was not completed.
My humble apologies, Speaker of the session. I'm now a bit disorientated because the question is referring to e-tolls.
Yes, it's a question about the 4.6 billion of e-tolls payment due in June.
Which would have been question number 19 on the order paper, which is 11.
It is number 19, yes.
Okay. The response is as follows. In terms of the first question, we have established a three-sphere committee to monitor municipal performance expenditure and the ongoing process. And some of the key interventions that have been done would have been A, GPT issued instruction note number 1 to municipalities to improve infrastructure performance and accelerated delivery. B, through instruction of note number 1, we have enforced an early start on the procurement planning processes for municipalities at the beginning of the financial year. The planning process for municipalities at the beginning of the financial year, the instruction notes covers the following items required for the municipalities. 1, infrastructure project list for the financial year. 2, approved business plans for transferring departments. 3, the approved procurement plans for the financial year. C, based on the submissions from the municipalities, as per the instruction note, review the submitted procurement plans on quarterly basis to ensure that projects are implemented by municipalities in line with the timelines. D, GPT provides training to municipalities on procurement planning so that officials are better equipped to protect critical service delivery. On question number 2, in relation to the concerns arising from debt levels, on FN 011, The answer is as follows. We remain committed to ensuring that there is sustainable management of municipal debt while preserving the integrity of essential service delivery programs. GPT is enhancing debt management through Debt Management Committee. I think I'm ready. Chair.
Yes, what's the issue, MEC?
Yeah, thanks. You know, as I'm reading here, the question that was raised and what I'm responding to is two different things.
Okay. No, it's fine.
I think it has gone right.
No, it's fine. MEC, we will allow you maybe to let's see pause kancane.
Yeah.
You will respond next time. Let's carry it over.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
Because I'm misleading the House like I'm a rightist.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. As I've indicated, we were very liberal. We had so the remaining questions will roll over to the next sitting. From question, so basically it will start again from question 19 to question 26. Will be rolled over to the next sitting, but we are not done. We still have a debate. On the we have a debate. The challenge with the debate, members, you see, these are issues that we'll have to. There are some of the issues that we'll have to fix as part of the rules. The debate is initiated by the DA. And obviously the DA then gets to initiate and close. But in the debate, it's about foot and mouth disease, which is under the MEC Ramokgopa, who is not afforded an opportunity to respond. In fact, he's only allocated free time, 3 minutes, as a member of Res Mzansi. No. Let's not rush into condemning. So ordinarily, we should be allowing the MEC, like all other debates, other motions. So it puts me in a very awkward situation. So she has asked me, what do we do? Do we allow her to speak, or she's only limited to 3 minutes? Sorry? So I'm trying to get your wisdom, members. Let's ask. I will ask your wisdom, member Mekwe. No. They've given me their response. I want a second opinion. Huh? It's not your what?
That is not how it works, Jay.
Yeah, no. You see, there are principles of accountability here. So I think for me, accountability overrides. But that's why I'm saying I want first to hear your views before I make a ruling. Okay, it's fine. I've heard you, member Diaker, a member Mekwe. No, it's fine. Let's hear member.
As a paralegal trained by the South African Youth Congress, I think that the MEC must actually be afforded an opportunity to respond to the debate. That is part of the rules.
Yeah, no. Thank you. We'll afford the MEC an opportunity to respond. As I said, the ordinary advice that I got here was that no. Melas 3 minutes, but I was not entirely happy with that. So at least we've got general consensus. But I'll take further advice as they want to. But in the meantime, we can then allow member Engelbrecht to present as the proponent.
Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs,
On February the 12th this year, the foot and mouth disease outbreak was formally declared a national disaster in terms of the Disaster Management Act 57 of 2002. It recognised that FMD is not simply an animal health issue. It is a threat to food security, livelihoods, jobs, and the agricultural economy of South Africa and Gauteng. This declaration enabled coordinated action across all spheres of government to contain the outbreak, protect livestock, and safeguard livelihoods and food security in South Africa. Allow me to take this House back to COVID, like FMD, a contagious virus, where we all wore masks and were not allowed outside our homes as the virus spreads through droplet contamination. In exactly the same way, we must stop all movement of cloven-hoofed animals to prevent infected animals from spreading this destructive disease. But to truly understand why this motion matters, we must move beyond the statistics and understand what this crisis looks like through the eyes of a farmer. Imagine a farmer and his team of dedicated farm workers. For them, their livestock are more than assets. They are a result of generations of hard work, sacrifice, and hope. And then FMD arrived. An infected animal develops painful blisters and sores in its mouth, on its tongue, its gums, and its hooves. It struggles to eat. It struggles to walk. Excessive saliva hangs from its mouth. And animals that once moved freely across the veldt now lie down in pain and starve. Young calves die. I have seen footage of hundreds of beautiful young calves being discarded in trenches while farmers and workers stood nearby in tears. These were not merely animals. They were animals they had helped bring into the world, animals they had nurtured and cared for. Dairy cows face additional agony, developing painful ulcers and severe mastitis. Milk production collapses, and even after recovery, animals can lose up to 80% of their previous productivity. The only way we can control, and we must control this virus, is to prevent the spreading of this contagious disease. Once infected animals move through auctions, communal grazing areas, transport routes, and farms, the virus moves with them. And that is why movement control is not a bureaucratic exercise, but a frontline defense against the spread of this disease. Every uncontrolled and roaming animal creates the possibility of another outbreak and another farming family facing financial ruin. Only once movement is effectively controlled can vaccination achieve its intended purpose. Without movement control, the disease spreads faster than vaccines can be administered. Now, what makes this tragedy even more concerning is that Gauteng is not powerless in this fight. The Animal Diseases Act 35 of 1984 places clear responsibilities on the province. This act does not merely give the provinces power, but it places a responsibility on the province to actively prevent the spread of disease. The province has a clear constitutional and operational responsibility when it comes to controlling FMD. The province is responsible for enforcing movement controls, supporting roadblocks and inspections, for surveillance, monitoring outbreaks and tracing infected animals, and for ensuring quarantine measures are implemented, for coordinating municipalities, veterinarians, law enforcement and disaster management structures. And perhaps most importantly, the province is responsible for ensuring that farmers receive clear, accurate and timely information. We owe our farmers and our communities action, and that is precisely why the DA has brought this motion before the House. We are calling for the following: a public vaccine distribution plan, an audit of municipal commonage and livestock land, for municipalities to report on fencing, quarantine facilities and biosecurity measures, an intergovernmental foot and mouth disease task team. After clear reporting mechanisms, active disaster management involvement, and defined accountability between provincial and municipal government. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, these are not political demands. These are practical interventions designed to protect our farmers, our workers and our consumers. The people of Gauteng are asking for the reassurance that somebody is fighting for them as hard as they are fighting to save their farms, their workers and their livelihoods. Today, we have an opportunity to provide that reassurance. I thank you.
Thank you. Member Machene. Member Machene from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The outbreak of foot and mouth disease is not merely an agricultural crisis affecting farmers and livestock owners. It is a crisis that is increasingly finding its way onto the dinner tables of ordinary South Africans. At a time when millions of households are already struggling with the rising cost of living, the disruption of livestock production and supply caused by FMD is placing additional pressure on food prices. The Department of Agriculture itself has acknowledged that the outbreak disrupted the normal throughput of animals through the beef value chain, resulting in shortages and inflationary pressure on food prices. The department further stated that this disruption of supply and demand dynamics contributed to higher beef prices and increased pressure on the food price index. For working-class families who depend on retailers such as ShopRite for affordable food, these increases are not abstract economic figures. They represent less food in household budget and fewer options of families already battling unemployment, stagnant wages, and rising living costs. The economic freedom fighters therefore rise to participate in this debate with the understanding that foot and mouth disease poses a serious threat not only to the livestock production, but also to food security, rural livelihoods, and the broader economy. While the DA motion correctly identifies some of the challenges associated with the outbreak, it fails to confront the fundamental causes of the crisis. The outbreak we are witnessing today is not simply the result of inadequate municipal compliance. It is the consequence of failures in the disease prevention, vaccine supply, veterinary capacity, and biosecurity enforcement across the agricultural sector. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has confirmed that Gauteng recorded 202 outbreaks between April and December 2025 and currently has 228 active outbreaks. The department further acknowledged that an interruption in vaccine supply during 2025 contributed significantly to the resurgence and spread of the disease because sufficient herd immunity could not be achieved. This raises serious concern. How can South Africa effectively combat a disease of this magnitude when vaccine availability remains uncertain? Why was the province forced to redirect portions of its own comprehensive agricultural support program budget to procure 90,000 vaccine doses because national supply was not forthcoming? The consequences have been devastating. According to the department, cumulative losses suffered by Gauteng farmers are estimated at approximately 2.42 billion. The beef industry alone suffered losses estimated at between 1.1 billion and 2.2 billion, while the dairy sector lost approximately 225 million. These losses affect not only producers but also workers, consumers, and local economies that depend on agricultural activity. The EFF is particularly concerned about the emerging black farmers and small-scale livestock owners. Unlike large commercial operations, many of these farmers lack the financial reserves necessary to survive prolonged quarantines, movement restriction, and market disruptions. If government support is inadequate, many will struggle to recover from the impact of this outbreak. We therefore caution against placing excessive emphasis on municipal audits as the primary solution. Municipalities certainly have responsibilities regarding commonage land, fencing, and biosecurity measures. However, municipal shortcomings alone did not create this crisis. The department itself identified high
Thank you, Member
livestock
Machene. Your time is up.
extensive
Member
animal
Machene,
movement,
your
and-
time is up. Thank you. Thank you, Member Nkani.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairs of Chairs. As Umkhonto Wesizwe does not endorse the DA's motion of its political framing, our preoccupation is the defense of black farmers, communal livestock owners, and traditional community affected by foot and mouth disease. Honorable Speaker, we understand the money and contribution that was made by the Gauteng Department, but at the end of the day, we don't see that that funding assisting the people or the small-scale farmers of Gauteng. The money that was used from Gauteng, it's money that was voted for assistance of young farmers of Gauteng, emerging farmers of Gauteng. And the situation currently, when we check the history, we once have elastorosis, where we have lost one big company that was called Enterprise Ngenxa. Then we have lost that company. We cannot even withstand the issue of a recession, where we were told that steel is no longer in need, and so many fabrics of steels were closed. So these diseases, whereas they come, we must check now. People are fighting for people who are owning 50 cows in 50 hectares of land, instead of looking at those farmers who are having 50 cows in a 10 square meter of land. And today we have to entertain the issues of the disease, of which the disease is a national responsibility. It has been declared as a national disaster. And now we have to sit as this Aka's house to entertain such things, while our people are not, and the budget for our people was diverted in Gauteng. So as Umkhonto Wesizwe would like this government to tell us the remedies of making sure that emerging black farmers, they are being taken care of. Thank you. Kwazam Mkhonto.
Member Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honourable MECs, Honourable MEC for Agriculture, Honourable Engelbrecht for introducing the motion. The spread of foot and mouth disease in Gauteng has exposed a fundamental weakness in our animal health and law enforcement system. While the department continues to report on vaccines, monitoring programs and awareness of campaigns, the uncomfortable truth is that disease containment becomes virtually impossible when thousands of livestock cannot be properly identified, traced or verified. The greatest threat to Gauteng's livestock industry is not only the disease itself, it's the uncontrolled movement of unregistered animals through informal markets, illegal auctions, communal grazing areas and transport networks that operate beyond the effective reach of authorities. The department cannot claim to contain an outbreak when it cannot account for where all the animals originate from, where they are moved to or where they have been exposed to infected herds. The reality is that neither the department nor law enforcement agencies currently possess the capacity to adequately monitor and enforce compliance across the entire livestock value chain. The result is a dangerous gap in our biodiversity system. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, disease control requires more than vaccines. It requires accountability, traceability and enforcement. The FF Plus therefore calls for the urgent implementation of a comprehensive livestock identification and traceability system covering all cattle, sheep, goats and pigs in Gauteng. We call for strengthened cooperation between veterinary services, municipal law enforcement, the South African Police Service, organised agriculture, stock theft units and farmers to identify and monitor high-risk movement routes. We further call for unintensified inspections, auctions, sales yards, transport checkpoints and informal trading facilities. Without proper traceability, vaccination programs become little more than damage control. If Gauteng is serious about containing foot and mouth disease, it must first restore control over the movement and identification of animals. Anything less is merely treating the symptoms while ignoring the source of the infection. Our farmers, our food security and economy deserve better. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Member Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Let's call the Gauteng and more specifically the National Foot and Mouth Disease Response what it really is: crisis management, not disease control. Firstly, both government, national and provincial, were reactive instead of preventing. Foot and mouth disease is not new to South Africa. After the 2021 outbreak, we knew the risks, namely illegal border crossing of cattle movement, weak auction control, no traceability. Yet when cases hit South Africa and Gauteng feedlots in 2024-2025, government not only imposed movement bans after infections were confirmed. That's not biosecurity, that's damage control. By then, the virus was already in communal herds here in Gauteng around Hammanskraal and Bronkhorstspruit. It was closing the gates after the proverbial cattle, in this case, had bolted. Second, enforcement has and is selective. Government says all movement must stop, but drive past any informal auction and you'll see cattle being sold with no permits, no vet checks, etc. Small farmers get fined, but trucks move at night with no consequences, and that's mostly your big farmers. A disease doesn't care if your farm is big or small. Its rules aren't enforced equally, and therefore the virus wins. Thirdly, farmers were abandoned. Compensation for culled animals, still unpaid months later. Vaccines, expensive and in short supply. State vets, overworked and understaffed. So what do farmers do? They sell quietly to avoid losses. That underground trade is now the main way foot and mouth disease spreads. Government's slow repayments and empty promises destroys the trust needed for reporting. The result? Gauteng and South Africa has lost export markets anyway. Beef prices has dropped and rural jobs are being threatened. We were told zoning would protect trade. Our trading partners don't buy it. They don't trust our word. Presiding Officer, we can't claim success when farmers are bankrupt, vaccines are late, and the virus keeps spreading. Effective foot and mouth disease control needs three things: stop illegal movement at borders, enforce rules equally, and pay farmers fast. Gauteng and South Africa failed on all three of these accounts. This wasn't handling a pandemic. It was watching it happen. Thank you.
Member Adams, are you online? Okay. Member Silias?
Thank you, Chair. I rise in support of this motion. Most of my colleagues have spoken about the foot and mouth disease, the effects of it. Threats such as livelihoods are threatened, food security is threatened, agricultural production and the broader rural community. So it seems like everybody in the House knows exactly what the threat profile is. But most importantly to me, it threatens something that every farmer understands instinctively, and that is certainty. A farmer can cope with drought, we can cope with fluctuating prices, and we can cope with difficult seasons. But we struggle to cope with is uncertainty. Where to get the vaccine? How far in the line am I? How do I report? Where do I ask for the vaccine? When is it going to become available? Those things are all things that create a lot of uncertainty. We don't know when the next outbreak will occur, and we don't know whether neighbouring livestock are properly managed. We don't know whether the systems responsible for protecting animal health are functioning effectively. And that's why this debate matters. Chair, I speak today not only as a member of this House, but as someone who has been a livestock farmer in Gauteng for 31 years and a cattle farmer for the last 11 years. One lesson farming teaches very quickly is that responsibility begins at home. I'm expected to maintain my fences, to monitor my animals, to comply with biosecurity requirements, and to report diseases and act responsibly. Most farmers do act responsibly, but there is a limit to what you can do when it happens outside your fence. A responsible farmer can do everything right and still be exposed to risk if government fails to manage the wider livestock network. Foot-and-mouth disease does not spread because one farmer failed. It spreads because gaps emerge across the system, where animal movement is poorly controlled, as my colleagues have already rightly said, where fencing is inadequate, where biosecurity is weak, and where accountability is unclear. That is why this motion is important. The role of government is not simply to respond to outbreaks after they occur. The role of government is to identify and to reduce transmission risk before outbreaks occur. My own experience in the West Rand illustrates this. Although my cattle are kept on private land where they are fenced, contained, monitored and registered with the Stock Theft Information Centre, one of the greatest risks to livestock farmers in our area comes from communal grazing systems, operating on large areas of mine-owned land, where biosecurity oversight is limited or absent, and animals move through these networks regardless of property boundaries. Like my other colleagues said, the virus does not care whether your farm is big or small. It also doesn't care who the farm belongs to, if it belongs to a municipality or a mining company. It follows all the opportunities for transmission. That means government must focus its attention where the risk is highest. And as soon as the vaccine becomes available commercially, make it available to people. They can vaccinate their animals themselves. We have to ask, why are the fencing and containment measurements not adequate? Why are the reporting systems not functioning? Why are municipalities not complying with their legal obligations? And why are provincial authorities not identifying and managing the high-risk transmission points? This is not an administrative question. It's a disease control question. Chairperson, success cannot be measured by the number of meetings held or plans drafted or reports submitted. Success can only be measured by outcomes. Are outbreaks being contained? Are transmission risks being reduced? Are livestock owners receiving support and information? And are we building a system that gives farmers confidence that disease risks are being actively managed? Those are the measures that matter. The responsibility entrusted to the MEC and her department is not merely to administer processes. It is to work hand in hand with farmers who want to vaccinate their animals themselves and who can do it. And it is to protect Gauteng's livestock network, because every outbreak avoided protects livelihoods. Every transmission pathway closed protects the industry, and every weakness identified and addressed strengthens the resilience of our agricultural economy. And that is the standard by which this House should judge our response to FMD. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. Member Ali.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. John C. Maxwell reminds us that nations rise and fall on the back of leadership. When leadership fails, the cascading effect dismantles institutions, economies, and the society as a whole. Many times leaders emerge and they take action when a crisis rears its head. This can be good, but what is even better is constant and consistent leadership during peacetime, because that, in many cases, can mitigate or even deter the emergence of a crisis. While we note the work of MEC Ramokgopa's office in their handling of the foot-and-mouth disease outbreak, we are calling for more. Not just from her, but from the entire Gauteng government. We are calling for more support for smallholder farmers. In regions like sub-Saharan Africa, these small-scale farmers provide up to 80% of food supply, making them vital to alleviating poverty and fighting food insecurity. Now, coming back home, smallholder farmers in areas like Roodeplaat in Tshwane are struggling. They are suffering. They have to endure weeks of water outages due to the incompetence of government, severely affecting their ability to cultivate crops or even rear livestock. Farmers in Roodeplaat have suffered great loss at the hands of violent criminals who break into homes in the still of night. The community has had to take whatever little resources they have and club together to reinforce security because of the failures of the state. These farmers are also struggling with a lack of access to market, poor road infrastructure, and a host of other structural challenges. We simply cannot allow things to continue this way. Yes, this debate is about foot and mouth disease. We agree, we acknowledge that. And we don't want to divert attention from this key issue. But I would be remiss if I remain silent on the issue of Roodeplaat, lest we deal with the outbreak and wake up one morning only to find that there is no small-scale agricultural industry left. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Chokwe, Dr. Chokwe, your time starts now.
Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, thank you very much for this opportunity. To Honorable Speaker, to our MECs and the Chief Whip of the Majority Party and honorable members in this House, and greeting to the people of Gauteng. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chair, I'm privileged and humbled to debate the tabled motion on outbreak of this foot and mouth disease in our country and in Gauteng. This motion, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chair, debated on the critical month, the Youth Month, which symbolizes many historical journey in our country for liberation struggle and created the birth of June 16, Soweto Uprising, where the youth were fighting for the freedom that we are enjoying today. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chair, the escalating foot and mouth disease outbreak threatens the farmers, threatened the red meat industry and the food security, and it affects the employment rate in our country. We want to talk to the people of Gauteng, remind them, what is this foot and mouth disease that we are fighting? The foot and mouth disease that we are fighting, it comes from the virus strain called the Southern African transmission strain, which in our country or in the southern region, SADC, we've got two of them. We've got the SAD1 that Honorable Modley has just mentioned, that we've seen it coming up strongly in 2021. And we have managed to vaccinate our cattle as a country that time. And we have always managed to control that strain SAT1 all the time, with the funny results or funny observation that that vaccine, instead of coming from South Africa, it was coming from Botswana. But all the research was done in our country. It's a topic for another day, Deputy Chair of Chair. But this one that we are facing now is called the Southern Strain 2, which we have to tell the people of Gauteng the truth. This one comes from Zimbabwe. We are where we are because of this strain that comes from Zimbabwe. And normally these strains are hosted by the buffaloes. And these buffaloes are the ones that are in the Kruger National Park. And you know how big is Kruger National Park. Our friends or our farmers in the Punda Maria area have always been struggling with this foot and mouth strain 1. And those ones that are in the KZN have always been struggling with the SAT1. But we are here today debating this one because this strain is so severe to us that the vaccine that comes from Botswana couldn't contain it. Hence the department, and I'm saying national department, as we are saying this is a national problem, that our national minister keep on releasing the information that he's receiving so many bulk of vaccine from Argentina because the one that is coming from Botswana couldn't contain this. Why are we debating it? We are debating it because so far, this strain has affected the whole country. But there are 4 important provinces that are dealing or that have been affected by this. It is KwaZulu-Natal, that is number 1, followed by Free State, and Gauteng is number 3. Then it's Northwest. Funny enough, it's from Zimbabwe, and the Limpopo guys are not having problem with that. We should ask ourselves why. So here in Gauteng, we've noted with serious concern an animal health emergency, but serious economic crisis for our farmers, because we cannot speak of animal health and forget our farmers. The sharp rise of this disease, particularly in different corridors of our province, has reached a point where delayed and fragmented resources are no longer justifiable. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chair, for affected farmers, the consequences are immediate and are devastated, whether commercial farmers or emerging farmers, whether they belong to the municipalities or they are outside. The movement restriction, quarantine, and loss of market access translate directly into loss of income, the rising cost, and financial instability. So many producers are unable to sell livestock during this time, still bearing the full cost of the feed, the veterinary services, the labor, and compliance with biosecurity requirement. For smaller and emerging farmers who often operate with limited financial buffers, this pressure threatens business collapse and long-term exclusion from the market. Honorable Chair of Chair, Gauteng Province is the heartbeat of the South African agro-processing value chain, and cattle farmers play a crucial role in this regard. On that note, the red meat industry functions as an interconnected value chain. When outbreaks are not swiftly contained, feedlots, abattoirs, transporters, processors, retailers, and exporters are all negatively affected. That is when you understand that the strategic importance of this province of Gauteng, that we cannot ignore that. The supply disruption led to volatility in meat prices, threatened contractual obligation, and undermined confidence in South Africa as a reliable supplier of both domestically and international market. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chair, the leadership of Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, led by Honorable MEC and her HOD, must understand that export markets are particularly sensitive to foot and mouth disease outbreaks. Therefore, prolonged and poorly managed outbreaks risk trade bans, loss of market share, and reputational damage that can take years to repair. The knock-off effect is reduced foreign income, job loss across the value chain, and increased pressure on local market. Hence, the strategic location of this important province, it is something we need to note. Hence, we wish that the Minister of Agriculture, the current Minister of Agriculture, understand that his failure is the failure of this province, and he must do his work properly. So, as this is a national disaster, not a provincial disaster. So beyond the agricultural sector, the crisis poses a direct threat to national food security, and reduced production and constrained supply can drive up consumer prices, placing additional strains on households already grappling with high living costs. In the medium to long term, sustained damage to the red meat industry weaken South Africa's capacity to meet domestic demand and undermine rural development. Madams, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chair, our concern is the apparent lack of clear communication, coordination, and transparency from both these two departments, the Gauteng one and the National Department of Agriculture. Farmers and industry stakeholders are operating in an information vacuum, uncertain about timelines, vaccination strategies, and containment measures. This erodes trust, heightens anxiety, and prevents effective planning at farm and industrial level. With those realities, farmers tend to take dangerous decisions of simply not reporting their sick cattle. We hope and believe that the department will act speedily and respond positively to the situation to protect the livestock as a matter of agency. While accountability process unfold, farmers and industry players are being asked often at a great personal and financial cost to shoulder the immediate burden through strict biosecurity measures. Honorable Chair of Chair, we are making a plea and urge the department to increase labor force through program of employing new graduates from the relevant field of animal science and animal health, veterinarian science, to assist this department with vast skills on agricultural expertise, and it must be a permanent jobs on that note. Therefore, their required skills are needed, and there has to be a proper inventory and characterization of all these animals in our province. We further, Honorable MEC, request you that you initiate a memorandum of understanding and make use of AgriSeta and service providers that can provide skills to you, especially for animal and plant production. Because we are dealing with animal diseases now. Soon we'll be dealing with locust. So approach this holistically, not as a matter of animal diseases.
Yeah.
So we are supporting the department. We believe that the department can do a good job, and we are debating this motion.
Yes,
and
yes,
we
thank
you for the debate.
Okay. MEC Namkhopa, I'll give you 10 minutes. It won't hurt to do less, but you have 10 minutes.
I'll do nine minutes and 55 seconds, Chair. Thank you very much. As the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, we welcome this debate as it pertains to a matter that is critical, not just to our economy, but to the livestock sector and the agricultural sector at large in our province. I'd also like to thank all the honourable members who have made constructive inputs into this debate today, as indeed it is not simply a matter that affects farmers, but affects households and the cost of living and the availability and food insecurity within our province. And so, thus, it is an issue that affects us all. Let me begin, Honourable Chair, by responding to what has been placed before us by Member Engelbrecht, and pick up perhaps where Honourable Chokwe has left off. It's very important for this House to understand that foot and mouth disease is a national crisis. It is not something of the province's making. It is also not limited to provincial boundaries. And therefore, the primary responsibility for management and oversight of the foot and mouth disease is the DA's minister, who is the Minister of Agriculture. And so it's very important that we recognize that all the issues we are now facing have occurred under the DA's very leadership. And the country's livestock sector has been plunged into the worst ever foot and mouth disease outbreak in the history of this country under the DA's leadership. So it is astonishing to me that we are now being made to debate issues that can be discussed in caucus meetings. Let me also remind the members of the DA and Member Engelbrecht that under the Animal Diseases Act 1984, the role of making regulations and disease control measures sits under the National Minister, prescribing animal movement controls, as well as determining vaccination and testing requirements. And the provincial government absolutely does play a role and has a very critical role to play in the implementation and enforcement of those laws. implementation and enforcement of laws that need to exist. And it is the responsibility of national government to ensure that those laws are put in place. So let me take us back, and it's important we must separate the facts from the fiction here. Yes. At the end of January 2026, before even the classification of the national disaster, Gauteng launched an FMD rapid response plan, which was anchored on 4 key pillars, all of which have been reflected on by members in this House today. Our plan spoke to containment, enforcement, communication, and vaccination. We have remained focused and relentless in executing that plan over the last few months, and have even inspired other provinces, such as the Western Cape, to do the same. So, insofar as enforcement goes, we are working very closely with local law enforcement authorities, and in fact have trained 120 additional crime wardens through the Provincial Disaster Management Centre to assist us with on-the-ground enforcement of livestock as well as illegal movement of livestock in the province. Thank you, MEC. Much appreciated. On the communication front, I want to actually, I've got it open in front of me. On the communication front, we've set up a live dashboard. It is live and available for any of the members to access up-to-the-minute information and accurate data on the foot and mouth disease outbreak. And it reads that we have 297 outbreaks currently, of which 3 have been closed. We have vaccinated 434,000 animals since the beginning of this outbreak, of which over 200,000 have been vaccinated this year alone. Now, this is very important because, again, we cannot vaccinate without vaccines. And a big stumbling block to our ability to respond has been a function of a vaccine availability. But ever since we got our vaccines, we have ensured that we deployed the necessary resources, even going so far as to access our own conditional grant funding to procure additional vaccines. And we have rolled out a vaccination program that has seen us vaccinating between 10 and 13,000 animals per week. And I want to bring you comfort, Honourable Nkani. Our focus is very much on communal livestock owners, traditional and rural livestock owners, in addition to the many others that exist in the value chain. In fact, we work very closely with traditional leaders and traditional communities. We have mobile crush pens that we deploy into our township and peri-urban and communal kraals, and we have been actively, this week in particular, we have been actively vaccinating in communal kraals. I myself, I was part of a vaccination in Magakula Heights where we were vaccinating animals in a communal kraal. So we are equitably applying our vaccination program. It's also important to note that so let's also talk about the statistics, colleagues. I think that's very important. And Member Chokwe, you spoke to this, about ensuring that we also bring in additional resources and train animal health technicians and additional support. We have heeded that advice and we have done so. We have brought in 57 private veterinarians who we have employed. We have also advertised vacancies for additional animal health technicians who are being employed. Of course, because they are responding to the outbreak, it is on a 12-month contract. But of course, should we feel that we need to increase our capacity long-term, we would want to employ such people long-term and make those resources available to us. All of those individuals are also, of course, having to be provided with necessary resources such as vehicles, equipment, and otherwise to make their work possible. To make that possible, we've also availed, through the kindness of Provincial Treasury, an additional 63 million rand towards FMD-related activities. And that is to support the 4-pillar plan that I spoke about. And it ranges from everything from acquiring the materials required for vaccinations, but also in terms of communicating through community radio stations, through establishing the portal that I showed you, and having a number of other initiatives that are helping us contain the spread. With regards to movement control, this is a very critical one. Gauteng has consistently maintained that movement control is one of the most important tools with which we can combat the foot and mouth disease outbreak. One of the challenges that we have had, again, is in the tardiness of national government in being able to gazette the Section 9 regulations for movement control that enable us to implement movement control measures within the province. Nonetheless, we have taken the initiative and we have mobilized resources through the provincial, through the Department of COGTA, where we have used our intergovernmental relations platforms, our engagements with law enforcement facilities. We are conducting even roadblocks, and there was one actually conducted this week, which was a joint roadblock between GDAD and SAPS, and these are continuing on an ongoing basis. But of course, one of the members touched on this, it really does also boil down to people also ensuring that they themselves follow the law and that there is ongoing bylaw enforcement at a municipal level. Nonetheless, our efforts continue, and once we have the movement control regulations gazetted by national government, I'm sure it will also assist us in enforcing movement control in the province. There's an important point that I want to make, and we must never forget the farmers in all of this. This is not about politics. This is about real people, their lives, their livelihoods, in some cases, generations of their families who have lost their welfare, who have lost their businesses, who have lost the very thing they've spent their lives building. And we take that very seriously as the Department of Agriculture. And our provincial veterinarians themselves have found themselves, having to provide counseling to many farmers because they work closely with various farming communities. So we are not distant from these challenges. We are actively engaging with farmers through, again, a number of stakeholder engagements, direct engagements with farming communities, and working to proactively come up with solutions to help lessen the burden on the farming community. But I want to say it requires leadership at a national level, leadership that unfortunately hasn't always been present. However, here in Gauteng, we're making sure that we are doing everything within our legislative capabilities to minimize the outbreak of FMD in this province, and we will continue to do so. And I would encourage all members who are keen to see us really resolving this issue, provide and continue to provide the constructive input that you have. We really do appreciate it, and we thank you for the suggestions, Honourable Chokwe. We thank you for all of the suggestions that have been made, and we will continue to lead the charge of the fight against foot and mouth disease. I thank you.
Member Engelbrecht, you have 2 minutes, that's now.
Deputy Chair of Chairs, I appreciate everybody that contributed to this very, very important motion. And yes, it is a national disease, and National procures vaccines, that is their responsibility, and they ensure that there is the correct legislation. However, I'd like to remind the House that the Animal Diseases Act that the MEC spoke about provides clear responsibilities on the province to actively prevent the spread of disease, and the province has a clear constitutional and operational responsibility when it comes to controlling foot and mouth disease. So the question before this House is simple. Support this motion and ensure that the over 200,000 vaccines that have not been allocated are urgently administered. The province has received 642,740 vaccines, so there are over 200,000 sitting somewhere in a fridge at Onderstepoort. So the vaccines are available. Every unused vaccine represents livestock that remains vulnerable. Every delayed vaccination increases the risk of further spread, and every lost day places more farms, more jobs, and more livelihoods at risk. Honourable Speaker, history does not judge governments by the crises they inherit, but how they respond to them. So today, this House has an opportunity to stand with Gauteng's farmers and their workers by supporting this motion. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Engelbrecht. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor say no.
No.
Anginizwa kahle. Nithini kahle kahle.
Can I rise on Rule 81?
Member Nkani?
Thanks, Chair. No, we understand the situation, but this is
vote a Member Nkani. Ungathi debate.
I'm not debating. I'm just saying this issue, it needs not only a debate, but it needs attention. Because as I've said during my debate that...
Okay.
No,
Can I have it? Can I hear you again? All those no, those who say no, can I hear you?
I sing again.
Huh? No. It's for voting. It's not for debate. It's for voting.
Not for voting, it's for debate. There's no resolution.
Members who must vote. It's for voting. It's not just a debate. It's for voting. It won't help to yeah. Okay. Member Mihwe?
Thanks, Chair. In terms of the rule, I think the member that was proposing this motion did not propose in the House. She only debated, hence it makes it very, very difficult for us to either support or not to support. Because as a proponent, you're supposed to stand up, present your motion and tell the House what is it that you want us to do. But in this instance, that has never happened.
She debated. It was a debate.
Okay. Member Engelbrecht? Okay. Member Engelbrecht, did you read the motion?
I have it right in front of me, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
So you did not read the motion for a seconder. You did not propose?
We did. The proposed, it went in, the motion went in, it was proposed, it was accepted by the Speaker, and it is for voting.
No, I'm saying in this meeting, in the House, did you propose, because I didn't hear you proposing.
I did.
You did?
I did, yes, that we
Okay.
vote.
Okay, let's verify. Okay, let's verify. Is there a seconder to the motion? No, we're going through the motion. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second, Chair.
Okay, let's go through this process again. Having seconded, all those in favor say yes, so we are clear of the voting. Okay, those not in favor say no?
No!
The noes have it. The motion is not adopted. We have now come to the end of the sitting. We are going to meet again on the 12th of June. Thank you.